to achieve an actual tactical victory, like storming and occupying the Capitol, to have the intended effect. That's what they understood Donald Trump to want. There it is in black and white. And they explained why they felt justified in this. Another poster on the forum, the Donald.win, wrote on January 4th, quote, "If Congress illegally certifies Biden, Trump would have absolutely no choice but to demand us to storm Congress and kill/beat them up." Donald Trump will have no choice. That was what he made them believe, to the point his supporters felt justified even in carrying weapons and storming our Capitol. This was in post after post. Here's another. When discussing how to carry guns into D.C., one noted, quote, "Yes, it's illegal, but this is war, and we are clearly in a post-legal phase of our society." What? They treated it as a war, and they meant it. The morning of the attack, under the thread, "Today I told my kids goodbye," one poster wrote, "Today I had the very difficult conversation with my children that Daddy might not come home from D.C. Within a matter of hours, that post amassed 4,000 likes. President Trump had truly made them believe that their election had been stolen and that it was their patriotic duty to fight to steal it back. Patriotic, a term he gave those who use violence for him, and they were willing to say goodbye to their children for this fight. And their supporters didn't just rely on entering the Capitol with guns haphazardly. They had maps of this building. They talked through which tunnels to use and how to get to the Senate chamber. Some posted specific floor plans, layouts of the Capitol, alongside hopes of overwhelming law enforcement to, quote, "find the tunnels, arrest the worst traitors." Posters also fixated on what they saw as their ability to easily overwhelm the Capitol Police, as, quote, "there are only around 2,000 of them." And again, they urged, quote, "the Capitol is our goal. Everything else is a distraction." There were hundreds of these posts, hundreds, monitored by the Trump administration. And these posts, they were chillingly accurate, right down to communication devices. A new affidavit filed by the FBI described preparations by the right-wing group, the Proud Boys, to storm the Capitol, including using earpieces and walkie-talkies to direct movements throughout the building. This happened. That's the level of planning in advance that occurred. They had earpieces. On the slide, you'll see Proud Boy member Dominic Pizzola has an earpiece in his right ear, consistent with the affidavit. And in addition to these detailed posts, they made clear why they thought they should do this, why they thought they could do this. It wasn't just that they were doing it to following the president's orders. They thought he would help them. A third-party site captured a post on the Donald.win again, the site monitored by Trump's team, and he wrote, quote, "He," meaning Donald Trump in this instance, "can order the Nat Guard to stand down if needed. Unfortunately, he has no control over the Capitol Police, but there are only around 2,000 of them, and a lot are useless fat asses or girls." It's all right there. The overall goal, maps of the Capitol, the weapons, communication devices. They even said publicly, openly, proudly, that President Trump will help them to commandeer the National Guard, so all they have to do is overwhelm the 2,000 Capitol Police officers. This was reported in the NBC News and the Washington Post with headlines like, "Violent threats ripple through far-right internet forums ahead of protests. Pro-Trump forums erupt with violent threats ahead of Wednesday's rally against the 2020 election." Fox News also reported that the Proud Boys would come to the January 6th rally prepared for violent action, even quoting a Proud Boy member who said they would, quote, "incognito and spread across downtown DC in smaller numbers." City officials, seeing these same warnings, also publicly warned about the violence and unlawful weapons at the event. DC Mayor Muriel Bowser cautioned residents of the District of Columbia to avoid the downtown area while the rally attendees were in town. Federal law enforcement warned of these threats also. On January 3rd, a Capitol Police intelligence report warned of a violent scenario in which Congress itself could be the target of the angry supporters of President Trump on January 6th. According to that report, obtained by the Washington Post, supporters of the current president see January 6, 2021, as the last opportunity to overturn the results of the presidential election. This sense of desperation and disappointment may lead to more incentive to become violent. Unlike previous post-election protests, the targets of the pro-Trump supporters are not necessarily the counter-protesters as they were previously, but rather Congress itself is the target for January 6th. The day before the rioters stormed the Congress, an FBI office in Virginia also issued an explicit warning that extremists were preparing to travel to Washington to commit violence and, quote, war, according to internal reports. The FBI report cited to an online post where the user declared that Trump supporters should go to Washington and get violent. The supporter said, quote, "Stop calling this a march or a rally or a protest. Go there ready for war. We get our president or we die." These threat warnings were not just hypothetical. Actual arrests occurred in the days leading to the attack. On January 4th, 2 days before the rally, one extremely well-publicized arrest was of a Proud Boy leader who destroyed a church's Black Lives Matter banner a month earlier during the December 12th Second Million MAGA March. Report emphasized that when he was arrested, he was carrying high-capacity firearm magazines, which he claimed were meant to be supplied to another rally attendee for January 6th. By the night of January 6th attack, DC police had already made 6 arrests in connection with the planned protests on charges of carrying weapons, ammunitions, assaulting police. This is all in public view, all of it. The truth is usually seen and rarely heard. Truth is truth, whether denied or not. And the truth is, President Trump had spent months calling his supporters to a march on a specific day, at a specific time, in specific places to stop the certification. And leading up to the event, there were hundreds of posts online showing that his supporters took this as a call to arms to attack the Capitol. There were detailed posts of plans to attack online. Law enforcement warned that these posts were real threats and even made arrests days leading up to the attack. And yet, in the face of all this, these credible warnings of serious, dangerous threats to our Capitol, when those thousands of people were standing in front of President Trump, ready to take orders and attack, this is what he said: "We're going to the Capitol, and we fight. We fight like hell. And if you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore." And that's why this is different. And that's why he must be convicted and disqualified.
Congresswoman Stacey Plaskett, delegate from the Virgin Islands, detailing the Democrats' evidence for how President Trump inspired a march where the violence was foreseeable, in their view.
Representative Dean will now return to the events of January 6th itself. She will demonstrate President Trump's repeated incitement of the crowd that morning as he directed them to the Capitol in his last-ditch effort to retain his hold on power.
Bless you.
For me and for many Americans, January 6th is forever etched in our memories. I went to work with a sense of excitement, the start of my second term in Congress and the first time I would participate in the certification of a presidential election. And then we all know what happened. I know many of us have similar experiences from that day, but I'll briefly share mine. I stood with colleagues in the gallery above the House floor to observe the Arizona challenge. Moments later, police radios reported a breach of the Capitol grounds. Someone shouted up to us, "Duck, then lie down, then ready your gas masks." Shortly after, there was a terrifying banging on the chamber doors. I will never forget that sound. Shouts and panicked calls to my husband and to my sons, instructions to flee, and then the constant whirring of the gas masks filtering the air. The chamber of the United States House of Representatives turned to chaos. For Donald Trump, it was a very different day. Earlier, I showed you Donald Trump's desperate attempts to maintain power, ignoring adverse court rulings, attacking elected officials, pressuring his Justice Department, even attacking his own vice president. You saw a man who refused to lose, who was desperate to retain power by any means necessary. You saw a man willing to attack anyone and everyone who got in his way. And you saw a man who thought he could play by different rules. He told his supporters, as my colleague Ms. Plaskett just showed you, exactly what he thought those different rules were. Combat, fight, violence. This was not just one speech. This was weeks and weeks of deliberate effort by Donald Trump to overturn the election results so that he didn't have to give up the presidency. The speech on January 6th builds on, refers to, and amplifies that same pattern, the pattern Trump had used and broadcasted for months. He refused to lose, his attacks on others, and his different rules. The only thing different about his speech on January 6th from all these other times that we went through was that he was no longer telling his base just that they had to fight to stop the steal. He was finally telling them, now is the time to do it. Here's the place, and here's how. For weeks, he urged his supporters to show up at a specific time and place, and when they got there, he told them exactly what he wanted. Let's start with his desperation. You saw how much planning went into January the 6th, and when the day arrived, Donald Trump's desperation was in full force. Between the time he woke up on January the 5th and the start of the Save America March, that next day, he had tweeted 34 times. When Donald Trump wants to get his message across, he is not shy, as you all know. These tweets were relentless, and these tweets all centered on his singular focus, his drumbeat to motivate, anger, and incite his supporters, his big lie. The presidential election had been rigged, it had been stolen from him, and they had to fight to stop it. And the timing was no coincidence. He sent 34 tweets because this was his last chance to rile up his supporters before the big, historic, wild event he had planned. Now, I won't go through all of these tweets, but let me just highlight a few. At 1 in the morning, he tweeted, "If Vice President Mike Pence comes through for us, we will win the presidency. Mike can send it back." This will look familiar to you because Mr. Liu just showed you how Trump had privately, he was pressuring and publicly attacking his vice president to stop the certification. And when Vice President Pence refused, when he explained that the Constitution simply does not allow him to stop certification, Donald Trump provoked his base to attack him. The late in the evening tweet was no different. It just got more forceful. Let's be clear. What Donald Trump was saying, that Vice President Pence could send back the certification, was not true. For one thing, all 50 states had ratified this election. And for another, Vice President Pence explained to him that he does not have the power to unilaterally overturn states' votes and just send the certification back. And Donald Trump knew this, but this was his last chance to get his vice president to stop the certification, and so he was willing to say or do just about anything. These tweets attacking the election as fraudulent, attacking his vice president, and urging his supporters to fight continued throughout the morning. Here's another example. At 8:17 a.m., he tweeted, "All Mike Pence has to do is send it back to them and back to the states, and we win." And we win. That's what he said, even though by then he had clearly lost. As Trump continued tweeting, the Save America March at the White House was now in full swing. The speakers who warmed up the crowd for Trump were members of his inner circle, family members, his personal attorney, people President Trump had deputized to speak on his behalf. Some of the speakers also spoke at the Second Million MAGA March, which resulted in serious violence. The warm-up acts on January 6th focused on promoting Donald Trump's big lie. They stoked the same fears: a stolen election, of fraud, of ripping victory away from them. And the speakers told them what to do about it. As the crowd erupted in "Fight for Trump," chants throughout that morning, Donald Trump Jr. urged, "That's the message. These guys better fight for Trump." The speakers lasted 3 hours, repeating President Trump's message, and finally, at about noon, Donald Trump took the stage with the seal of the presidency on his podium and the White House as his backdrop. President Trump spoke for more than 70 minutes. His narrative was familiar. It was the same message he had spent months spreading to his supporters. The big lie: the election was stolen, that they should never concede, and that his supporters should be patriots and fight much harder to stop the steal, to take back our country. The same phrases he'd spread for weeks, but now the message was immediate. Now it was just no longer just fight, it was fight right now.
All of us here today do not want to see our election victory stolen by emboldened radical left Democrats, which is what they're doing, and stolen by the fake news media. That's what they've done and what they're doing. We will never give up. We will never concede. It doesn't happen. You don't concede when there's theft involved. Our country has had enough. We will not take it anymore, and that's what this is all about. And to use a favorite term that all of you people really came up with, we will stop the steal.
That set the tone. Our country has had enough, and we will not take it anymore. He told them and us right at the beginning that the only way to take back the country was to fight. Let's look at what he said next.
And Rudy, you did a great job. He's got guts. You know what? He's got guts, unlike a lot of people in the Republican Party. He's got guts. He fights.
Ms. Plaskett showed you example after example of Donald Trump, when confronted with violence, praising it. We saw him instruct the Proud Boys, a violent extremist group, to stand back and stand by. That group was there on January the 6th. We saw him praise a caravan of his supporters after they tried to drive a bus belonging to the Biden campaign off the road. The organizer of that attack was there on January the 6th. And we saw him team up with the organizers of the violent Second MAGA Million March to plan his rally on January the 6th. And what does he do at that rally? He tells Giuliani he's doing a great job addressing the crowd, saying he has guts to call for fighting. And to be clear, this is what he was praising.
So, let's have trial by combat.
Trial by combat. Donald Trump praised Rudy, said he did a good job, had guts for telling the crowd that we need trial by combat. Next, more attacks.
All Vice President Pence has to do is send it back to the states to recertify, and we become president, and you are the happiest people.
This attack, like the tweets he sent that morning, had a purpose: convincing his supporters that the future of our country, of our democracy, hinged on whether Vice President Pence would overturn the election, something he knew Pence could not and would not do. He called out Vice President Pence 9 times that day, and each time he got more forceful. Here's what he said at 12:15.
And we're going to have to fight much harder. And Mike Pence is going to have to come through for us. And if he doesn't, that will be a sad day for our country, because you're sworn to uphold our Constitution. Now it is up to Congress to confront this egregious assault on our democracy. And after this, we're going to walk down, and I'll be there with you. We're going to walk down. We're going to walk down anyone you want, but I think right here we're going to walk down to the Capitol, and we're going to cheer on our brave senators and congressmen and women, and we're probably not going to be cheering so much for some of them, because you'll never take back our country with weakness. You have to show strength, and you have to be strong.
We're going to have to fight much harder, and Mike Pence will have to come through for us. That's what he said. And he told the crowd what he meant and exactly what to do, literally commanding them to confront us at the Capitol. He even told them he'd walk there with them, which of course was not true. And then he told them exactly what to do when they got to the Capitol. You'll never take your country back with weakness. You have to show strength. And don't forget who is standing there. The same people Ms. Plaskett described to you. Many people violent people law enforcement had warned would be armed and would be targeting us. One of President Trump's key defenses focus on what he said for a few seconds, 15 minutes into the speech.
I know that everyone here will soon be marching over to the Capitol building to peacefully and patriotically make your voices heard.
In a speech spanning almost 11,000 words, yes, we did check, that was the one time, the only time President Trump used the word peaceful or any suggestion of nonviolence. The implication of the president's tweets, the rally, and the speeches were clear. President Trump used the word fight or fighting 20 times, including telling the crowd they needed to fight like hell to save our democracy. We know how the crowd responded to Donald Trump's words, and he knew how they responded to his speech. Here is the evidence of how the crowd reacted.
Here we're going to walk down to the Capitol. Yeah!
You have to show strength.
Yes.
Invade the Capitol building. Do the right thing. Let's take the Capitol. Take the Capitol. Take the Capitol. Take the Capitol. Take the Capitol right now. We'll be marching over the Capitol building.
Yes.
Peacefully and patriotically make your voices heard.
Storm the Capitol. Invade the Capitol. Fight, 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 fight. Take the Capitol right now. These were the words of the crowd. Trump was telling them to fight, and he would keep telling them to fight throughout the rest of his speech. These are not only words of aggression, they are words of insurrection. And if you have any doubt, listen to what he says next.
Today we see a very important event, though, because right over there, right there, we see the event going to take place. And I'm going to be watching because history is going to be made. We're going to see whether or not we have great and courageous leaders or whether or not we have leaders that should be ashamed of themselves throughout history, throughout eternity. They'll be ashamed. And you know what? If they do the wrong thing, we should never, ever forget that they did. Never forget. We should never, ever forget.
The commander-in-chief points to Congress and tells those assembled, I'm going to be watching. History is going to be made. This was clearly not just some rally or march or protest. This was about Donald Trump trying to steal the election for himself, claiming that the election was fraudulent, illegitimate, so that his supporters would fight to take it back. In fact, after stoking the crowd's anger for nearly 40 minutes, after repeating false election conspiracy after false election conspiracy, he said this in no uncertain terms.
You will have an illegitimate president. That's what you'll have.
Any outcome besides him keeping the presidency would be illegitimate. This was building on the big lie of a rigged and stolen election. And here's what he said a little later in the speech.
When you catch somebody in a fraud, you're allowed to go by very different rules. So I hope Mike has the courage to do what he has to do.
When you catch somebody in a fraud, you're allowed to go by very different rules. We told you that context matters. Here's the context. This was not just one reference or a message to supporters by a politician to fight for a cause. He'd assembled thousands of violent people, people he knew were capable of violence, people he had seen be violent. They were standing now in front of him. And then he pointed to us, lit the fuse, and sent an angry mob to fight the perceived enemy, his own vice president and the members of Congress, as we certified an election.
But I said, something's wrong here. Something's really wrong. Can't have happened. And we fight. We fight like hell. And if you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore. Our exciting adventures and boldest endeavors have not yet begun. My fellow Americans, for our movement, for our children, and for our beloved country, and I say this despite all that's happened, the best is yet to come. So we're going to walk down Pennsylvania Avenue. I love Pennsylvania Avenue. And we're going to the Capitol, and we're going to try and give, the Democrats are hopeless. They're never voting for anything. Not even one vote. But we're going to try and give our Republicans, the weak ones, because the strong ones don't need any of our help. We're going to try and give them the kind of pride and boldness that they need to take back our country. So let's walk down Pennsylvania Avenue. I want to thank you all. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you all for being here. This is incredible. Thank you very much.
Fight for Trump! 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 Who are we here for? Trump! Who are we here for? Trump! Fight for Trump! Fight for Trump! Fight for Trump!
If you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore. And there was only one fight left, and it was a mile up the road. Donald Trump, the President of the United States, ordered the crowd to march on Congress, and so the crowd marched. "This is incredible," you heard him say. That's how President Trump ended his speech. I'd like to close with a very brief timeline of what was happening in parallel alongside the president as he spoke on the 6th of January. A little after noon, President Trump began his speech with a fiery refusal to concede. He commanded the crowd to fight and march down Pennsylvania Avenue. And around 12:20, some rally-goers, some attendees began marching. By 12:30, as President Trump continued to incite his supporters, large segments of the rally crowd had amassed at the Capitol. At 12:53, as the president's speech was playing on cell phone broadcasts, the outermost barricade of the northwest side of the Capitol was breached. And Capitol Police were forced back to the steps of the Capitol. At 1:10, the president ended his speech with a final call to fight and a final order to march to the Capitol. At 1:45, the president's followers surged past Capitol Police, shouting, "This is a revolution!" Just after 2:10, an hour after President Trump ended his speech, the insurrectionist mob overwhelmed Capitol security and made it inside the halls of Congress. Because the truth is, this attack never would have happened but for Donald Trump. And so they came, draped in Trump's flag, and used our flag, the American flag, to batter and to bludgeon. And at 2:30, I heard that terrifying banging on House chamber doors. For the first time in more than 200 years, the seat of our government was ransacked on our watch.
Emotional finish there. Congresswoman Madeline Dean talking about those final moments as the crowd
I think this would be a good time for a break, if that's okay.
made it to the House floor. Drilling down on the timeline
Actually, hearing none, we're recessed.
of that speech by President Trump on January 6th. But one thing's very clear from what you're seeing today from the House managers. They're going far beyond the speech in making their case that President Trump incited this insurrection on January 6th, talking about a months-long effort to call the election a fraud, his efforts in the courts with the state legislators to try to overturn the elections, those phone calls to the Secretary of State of Georgia, his calls to his supporters to take on the state capitals in Michigan, in Pennsylvania, and in Georgia, his speeches before January 6th, where he called on those supporters to continue to march, trying to make sure they made the case that this is about far more than a speech on January 6th. I want to go to Rachel Scott there at the Capitol. And Rachel, you've been keeping a close eye, getting reports on what's happening inside that chamber. Give us what you know.
Well, George, and this is the problem for these House impeachment managers. They are not even halfway through their opening arguments, and there are already indicators that several Republican senators are getting restless. That chamber emptied out. It was about 2/3 full when they returned back from the break. Senator Rand Paul was seen gone for most of it. When he returned back to his seat, he was seen doodling, tracing over a picture of the Capitol. You had Josh Hawley. We said that he had his feet up on the chair in front of him. He was seen shuffling through papers. papers. And you had Senator Rick Scott. He was studying a map of Asia before turning to reading some magazines. Some senators clearly getting restless in there. Mike Braun was struggling to stay awake for some of it. Then you had the handful of senators, Republicans, who do seem sort of open to possibly convicting former President Donald Trump. Lisa Murkowski and Susan Collins spotted trading notes with one another. And then you also had Cassidy, Senator Bill Cassidy, taking some extensive notes during the presentation by the House impeachment managers. There was one moment, though, when you did see all of the senators, including those that were distracted, look up. And that was when the Democrats were playing these videos of Trump's supporters reacting to his words, reacting and then storming the Capitol. That seemed to grab their attention. And a senior aide to the House impeachment managers said that they know that they have the video on their side for this one, and that's why they're going to be pushing forward with revealing this new video, this new evidence that they haven't seen before. They're hoping that makes the difference in convincing some of these senators that are reluctant to move over and cross over and maybe open up their minds a little bit and possibly consider convicting former President Donald Trump. But this is an uphill battle. You already have 44 Republican senators who have declared this trial unconstitutional, and they need at least 17 in order to convict. Right now, the numbers just aren't there, and it's clear that they're getting restless inside that chamber, George.
Okay, Rachel. John Carl, our chief Washington correspondent, reports from the president, perhaps the president's closest ally in the Senate, Lindsey Graham, that he's been assuring the president this is over.
He's pointed to the 44 Republican senators that voted to say this is not constitutional and said he's in the clear. He just has to wait for the process to unfold. But, George, what you have seen here was really summed up there in the final words of Madeleine Dean. She said, "This attack never would have happened but for Donald Trump." And it was a pretty meticulous statement of fact that the president, not just on January 6th, not just in the days leading up to January 6th, but beginning back during the campaign, had been making it clear that the only way that the presidency could be taken from him is if it were stolen from him, and that it was up to good patriots to fight to prevent that from happening. The words that he used on January 6th, and the defenders, the defense team for Donald Trump has made much of the fact that the movement towards the Capitol started well before his speech was over, that the incursion into the perimeter of the Capitol happened before his speech was over, that this was pre-planned, that there's no way you could blame it on him. But what they did is they showed that those words that he uttered in that speech on January 6th simply built on, repeated, and amplified the message that he had been saying, not just for days, not just in those hours before the attack, but for weeks and for months.
Clearly, John, let me bring in Dan Abrams on that point. It's pretty clear, Dan Abrams, that the House Democratic managers are making this effort to impeach. They're saying the impeachable act was really all of President Trump's actions to overturn this election.
And they're laying it out as almost a chronology, right? It starts before the election with him saying the only way we're going to lose is if there's fraud. Then the night of the election, he basically says that they have won. Then the claims of fraud get amplified. Then he starts putting the pressure on the state officials. When that doesn't work, he puts pressure on the Attorney General and the Justice Department. When that doesn't work, he puts pressure on Vice President Pence, culminating in this January 6th event. But I do think that, look, the House managers here have to pursue this as if they have a real shot at a conviction. They have to argue this. They have to move forward as if there is, they don't know that there are 44 who it's going to be really hard to convince. And with that in mind, I think they do run the risk of going a bit too long at some point. Meaning that we know that there are going to be more videos. I think there are going to be some more legal arguments, et cetera. But they made a very powerful case earlier, and I think they have to think about how much more are they going to need here. Do they risk? If this were a typical jury, I would say, are they risking losing these jurors' attention? That's not something they want to do. So that's something I think that they need to think about as well.
And then you were making this point, Terry Moran was making this point earlier about it, whether they could raise reasonable doubt among a normal jury. I want to ask you that question as well. Given what we've seen in this first almost 4 hours of the case being put forward by the House Democrats, if the president's lawyers wanted to raise that kind of doubt to a normal jury, to a nonpartisan jury, to a jury that hadn't already made up its mind, what would be their best case?
Yeah. I think their best case would be on intent. I think they would argue that the president actually believed that there was fraud, that he was surrounded by people who were telling him that there were issues with voting machines, and he was surrounded by people who were telling him that dead people voted, et cetera. And so if you go into his mind, they would argue at that time he believed it, and he was amplifying that. And this goes back to something else, which is if it wasn't a lie, right, if it hadn't been a lie that the election was stolen, you could understand the fury. You could understand why people would be so angry that they'd be at the Capitol. You could understand why Donald Trump would be so furious. So I think that's the best shot that they would have in defending President Trump's actions on a fact basis.
Thank you, Dan. Terry Moran, you and I have talked about whataboutism before and all these things coming through up until the election and since the election. It's hard to figure out what would happen if the shoes were on the other foot here and this were a Democratic president, because it's hard to imagine any other president in our history who would be in a Senate trial given these facts.
It's so true. Whataboutism, I like to say, is the last refuge of political scoundrels in this day and age, because it doesn't really address the central fact. No, with Donald Trump and with this conduct on trial, whatever the outcome of it, we are off the trajectory of American history. We are off the trajectory of American politics. I was struck very much by what Congressman Ted Lieu, who went through Trump's efforts to corrupt local officials and to intimidate local officials who were counting the legitimate votes of Americans, and how that played into the case. How he concluded, he said, "I hope each of you," speaking to the Senate, "I hope each of you will think of the bravery of these people who said no to President Trump because they knew this was not right, that this was not America." And it's not. I said before the election, I don't think Trump will be able to steal it, because all those county officials, city officials, people count the votes, local boards of elections, state secretaries of state, they're proud of their role. Their roles in our democracy, and there is no mechanism to get at them. And that is, in fact, what we saw right across the country, in the face of mobs saying you stop the count, in the face of people showing up with guns at a counting where they were counting the votes in Maricopa County in Arizona. They would not be dissuaded. If anything echoes in the hearts of those senators, that ought to, because they aren't like Trump either. They're more like those local officials than Trump.
And Terry, I want to bring that to Cecilia Vega, because picking up on what he was saying about Ted Lieu, in that speech, he was directing that speech directly at Republican senators, talking about how President Trump had attacked those Republican senators leading up to the vote, talking about how he'd attacked his own Justice Department in the days after the vote, talking about this series of attacks against his own vice president, Mike Pence, based on the false belief that somehow he could do something except read the vote count on January 6th.
And remember, his son at that rally also said that we will be out campaigning in their backyards if they go against us on this vote. Some would interpret this as clear-cut political threats that were being made by President Trump and his family. There's no way to look at the evidence that the Democrats are presenting here as damning. It's just factually damning. They used the word deliberate at least 11 times today as they were making out the president's case in this lead up over the last year, essentially. The Republicans, it's increasingly difficult right now to find Democrats on Capitol Hill who will tell you that they think that they will actually get to the number 17 to bring them to a conviction. They still believe that there are perhaps a few Republican votes that at the end of this trial that they could possibly flip them, but very few people, I think, will tell you privately that they think they can actually get to 17. So what you're seeing is a very difficult dance that the Republicans are in right now. All eyes, of course, on Mitch McConnell to see what he will do. There are 20 Republican seats. There will be 20 some odd Republican seats up for grabs in 2022. The Republicans who end up voting to not convict are taking a real gamble. They are still banking on this being the party of Donald Trump in in the next year. It very well may be, but this is going to be a big political gamble, George, because our poll and other polls have shown that a majority of Americans do believe that Donald Trump should be held accountable with a conviction as a result of this trial.
But not a majority of Republicans right now. Thank you, Cecilia Vega. I want to go to our Chief Justice correspondent, Pierre Thomas. Pierre, we were just talking about Ted Lieu's presentation right there, including that extraordinary accounting of what was going on inside the Justice Department, between the Justice Department and the president, when after William Barr left, the acting Attorney General, Jeffrey Rosen, would not follow the president's bidding on questioning the election results in Georgia. It seemed like we were heading toward a modern-day Saturday Night Massacre.
Indeed, George. And I had a source basically tell me that the former acting attorney general was under relentless pressure. That was his term, not mine, from the president of the United States to do something to help him win the election. And that it got to the point where Rosen and others were contemplating if they might have to quit and leave the Justice Department. So this was an extraordinary moment for the Justice Department. You had Bill Barr, who had earlier sort of supported the president in the notion that there might be fraud out there. But then after detailing Justice Department prosecutors and the FBI to look for it, they came back to him and said, we found none. We found no broad, extensive election fraud. So he ended up turning on the president. And the president, again, after Bill Barr left, according to our sources, did not stop there. Kept putting pressure on DOJ even after that, George.
Thank you. Sarah Fagan, I want to bring you in on this. That kind of a fact pattern, a single fact pattern against Richard Nixon led to efforts by the Republican Party to go say you have to resign. You have no future here, as the House was getting set to impeach him. Here it seems like even that story about what was going on at the Justice Department is simply a blip and has almost no impact on this majority of Republican senators.
I mean, I think, look, the times are very different. I mean, there's just so much media content from so many sources that it's so much more difficult to get a story to stick today with the public. But look, I do think that this has had a negative impact on Donald Trump with the Republican Party. You know, back in December, you had 65% of Republicans say, yeah, I want Donald Trump to run for election in 2024. A month later, it drops by 20 points. You've got 3 in 10 Republicans want him barred from future office. So not a majority, but make no mistake, this has had a very negative impact on his political future.
And I know, of course, they're concerned about their own primaries, the possibility that they will get a challenge if they vote for conviction or even a censure. Is the idea that President Trump could really run against something that they take seriously?
Well, I think they take it seriously, and I think it haunts them. I mean, this is a disaster for the Republican Party. It is time for Donald Trump to exit stage right, however that happens, whether he does it on his own accord or he's convicted in the Senate, which seems unlikely. But having him dominate the Republican Party is not going to be good for the electoral prospects. The flip side of this argument, though, in the short term, of course, for these senators and anybody facing election, is that the base, a selection of the base, call it 30%, is highly motivated. And so in trying to put together an electoral coalition, you can't lose those individuals, or you can't lose all of them. And so that is the tricky proposition Republicans find themselves. And I think that was very different than it was when Nixon was in office and being removed from office. So I think that's the calculation they're trying to figure out, and they don't have a clear answer.
And one of the questions is, and I'll bring this to Rahm Emanuel, is if that 30%, how much they'll even hear about what's happening. You know, we know that the way people get their news now is fractured as well.
George, it's interesting. So we're having this bifurcated conversation. There's actually 2 juries hearing this case. One is in the United States Senate. They have the first immediate verdict. But there's another verdict later on by the American people. And I think the data point Sarah brought up is relevant. I say that mainly because I'm part of one part of history. 56% of the American people think Donald Trump should be convicted or held accountable for his acts, and 80-some-odd% don't think he should be run again. That's versus the last time another president was impeached. There was a Senate trial under Bill Clinton. Close to nearly 80% did not think he should be impeached. That's a 140 point swing. And so what the problem is, you have 2 juries. One jury that's worried about a primary and looking over their shoulder with this monster called Donald Trump, and another jury where the American people are reminded of what they wanted to turn the page from.
Let me ask
I think the Republican Party cannot outrun that shadow, and it will haunt them going into the next election.
And I want to ask you a follow-up question on that, because you're right, and a majority of Democrats, of course, did not vote to convict President Clinton. They did not want to convict him. They held together on that question. At the same time, virtually all the Democratic senators at that time were very public in their criticism of President Clinton's behavior. You haven't heard that much of that from these Republican senators. At some point, do they have to get on the record saying they disagree with, they condemn what they saw the president say and do before January 6th, on January 6th, in the days after?
Yeah, there's a difference between a base state and a swing state, George, which is, my guess is you'll never hear that from any of the Senate candidates running in Alabama. And my guess is in a North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Ohio, or maybe some other state, you're going to hear other different Republican senators try to be a little measly mouse as it relates to what they say in the primary versus what they want to say in the general election. And based on that state, you're going to find a different set of moral fortitude. But there's two juries, we should remember this. There is no way, as this trial goes on, that Donald Trump, in having not even the trial yet, lose 20 points among Republicans. Imagine what's happening among independent voters and Democratic voters. It is not getting better. And the problem for the Republican senators and the caucus, which is why I think McConnell is doing exactly what he's doing. He's thinking about 2022 and how do I get that gavel back. He's sitting there saying, looking at his 20 seats that are up, looking at where public opinion is, and he is now trying to thread a needle through this and say, but clearly say, this caucus, this Republican Party are conservatives. We are not conspirators. And that is what he is trying to differentiate right now.
Thank you. John Carl, take up that question is right. If Sarah is right about how this has been hurting the Republican Party, even though they're mostly holding together right now, if Rahm is right that this could cause trouble going into the future, what does Mitch McConnell do? What do the Republicans do? How are they thinking about how they get out of this box? They don't want to convict, but how do they condemn?
Well, I do know that the idea of having some form of a censure resolution is being talked about. McConnell made it very clear in the speech that he gave on January 6th before the attack that he was condemning Donald Trump's attempts to say the election was stolen. And then in the days after that, he absolutely condemned what Donald Trump did to build up and to lead to that attack. But the challenge for Republicans is in that central argument here. The central argument is that this attack, which all agree is one of the most horrific things that we have seen in our lifetimes in this country, that this attack would not have happened but for Donald Trump. So then the question becomes, if that is true, and the best argument against that has been that it was pre-planned, that people came here and were planning to do it well before he spoke on that day. Now we hear in chapter and verse that Donald Trump was saying the same things in the weeks and months and was inspiring many of those who came here to pre-plan that attack. So now the question is, what do you do about it? They don't seem poised to vote for conviction in this. And I think you're going to hear more and more discussion among Republicans about whether or not there is an option for censure. They need to do something to be on the record about this.
Thank you, John Carl. We're getting ready to hear more presentations from the Democrats. Rachel Scott, walk us through what we should expect in these next several hours.
Well, we do expect them to reveal that new evidence, that new video that we have not seen before, that the public has not seen before, and that the jurors themselves have not seen before. And Democrats have used that as a tool to get the attention of all of the jurors in the room. That and the emotion, George, when Congresswoman Dean was speaking, growing emotional, talking about the moments that rioters stormed this building, all of the senators looked up. All eyes were on her in that moment. And at the end of the day, this is something that everyone shares. The prosecutors in this case, the jurors themselves trying this case in the Senate chamber, which was a crime scene. This is very personal. And so you can expect them to really focus in on that. We also know that this is weighing heavily on some Republicans like Bill Cassidy. He was the Republican that switched his vote. At first, he voted to dismiss the trial. Yesterday, he voted along with with 5 other Republicans that the trial should move forward. He was seen pacing in the back of the room, really paying close attention to those moments. The video when we see the Trump supporters shouting, "Fight for Trump," storming the Capitol building. And we know that Democratic aides to the House impeachment managers saw that vote by Cassidy as movement. They said that it was a result of showing that their arguments here were being a little bit effective here. They felt like there was a little room for movement. But again, at the end of the day, they're going to need 17 Republicans in order to convict George.
And that will depend. Thank you, Rachel Scott. That will depend on how the country views this as well. Terry Moran, pick up on that question. Is it possible that we can get to a unified view of the events of January 6th and Donald Trump's culpability in those events? Or, as I was discussing with Sarah and others, is that impossible in this time of fracture?
You know, George, I think there's a kind of vast, muddled, ordinary middle of America that hasn't really changed that much. They aren't the worst people in your social media feeds. They're Americans, as we always have been, pragmatic more than ideological. There may be fewer and fewer of them. They do pick a side in our two-party system. But I think they were horrified, the vast majority of American feel, disgusted with what happened at the Capitol. And polls show a very substantial majority, even a small majority of Republicans hold Donald Trump to some degree accountable. The problem is that in the Republican Party especially, there is a very large cohort of millions and millions of people who are in the grip of dark fantasies of existential struggle with the other side. The other side is not your opponent, it's your enemy. They're fighting to the death. They are susceptible to conspiracy theories that feed those emotions. And they are a long way from the same planet as the rest of us who look at what happened in the Capitol and are horrified by it. That actually is a greater threat. In some ways, this impeachment must be gone through in order to at least lay a record out for people to look at if and when they calm down.
And thank you. And Dan Abrams, that goes to your point that you were making earlier, which is why the Democrats have to continue to fight this battle to make their points as if they have a chance of winning. And of course, it's still possible until the final votes are counted.
Yeah, and to answer your question also to Terry about sort of where this is going to land, I think the difference is going to be between those who say he shouldn't have done it, he shouldn't have said that, which I think is going to be the vast majority of Americans who are going to agree that there was a negative here. He shouldn't have made all those comments. But that's very different from pointing the finger at him and saying he's responsible for this. And I think that's going to be the question here. How many Americans are going to be willing to come forward or believe that he's the one who did that? And that's very different from just saying he shouldn't have done that, which is what you're seeing from a lot of Republican senators who are basically saying they don't support what he did. That's different than pointing the finger at him.
Yeah, and Dan, you make a point. I want to bring this to Cecilia Vega. Given what we've seen, you know, one of the things you've heard from some of the Republicans and suggested by the president's lawyers as well, if this were such a problem, perhaps he should be prosecuted as a former president by the Justice Department itself. One thing it seems pretty clear is that every time President Biden has been asked that question, both as a candidate and since as president, he has not wanted to touch that in any way, shape, or form. He has said this is going to be a Justice Department decision about any future prosecutions. He says he's not going to tip the scales one way or another.
He's done an artful job, and so has all of his team of frankly, dodging that question, to be blunt. And he's been asked repeatedly. We've asked repeatedly. I mean, it even goes as far as, will he even just comment on the basic day-to-day? And they're not doing that. They did say today, George, we might get a statement out of him when this wraps. So
we'll be watching, and it appears that the managers are going to start to make their case again. Senator Leahy in the chair. As we said, we are expecting more video presentations of what was actually happening in the Capitol that day. According to the Democrats, according to the House Democrats, they will be playing security footage that has not been seen before, that this will be new evidence. The question of future witnesses is still on the table. The Democrats leaving that as an open question. There could be a vote on that early next week after the presentations are done. But they've signaled as well, even though it's possible, it is not likely that we will see a call for witnesses in this trial. But they are continuing to present new evidence. Expected to go till about 6 o'clock here before, as Senator Schumer was saying earlier, a 45-minute dinner break, and then likely to continue until the evening, maybe 8 or 9 o'clock, to get at least half of the 16 hours done today, and then they'll have a second day of arguments tomorrow. The president's team will be making their arguments on Friday and Saturday. One thing we don't know is how much time the senators will then take to deliberate among themselves, whether they'll go into private deliberations, how much time they will take for questions of the impeachment managers and the president's team, as we now see the Democrats take the podium again.
We have order in the Senate, please.
Thank you, Mr. Thank you, Mr. President. Members of the Senate. At this point, Representatives Plaskett and Swalwell will take you through the actual day of the attack. They will recreate the attack as it unfolded, focusing on the threats to Vice President Pelosi, Vice President Pence, Speaker Pelosi, the joint session, and law enforcement. I do want to alert everyone that there is some very graphic violent footage coming, just so people are aware. And I'm going to call again on Ms. Plaskett, who I should also tell you went to work at the Department of Justice and was the senior counsel for Deputy Attorney General Larry Thompson under Attorney General Ashcroft. So she's a very well-trained and experienced prosecutor, as you can tell.
Mr. President, senators, almost all of us were here on January 6th, and we all have our individual experiences, what we felt, what we saw, what we heard. We've seen clips and reports in the media, but I have to tell you, it was not until preparing for this trial that I understood the full scope and learned the information that you're going to see, that I understood the effort to attack our seat of government in order to carry out President Trump's mission to prevent the certification of a presidential election. It was an attack to our republic, to our democratic process. My colleagues, Manager Swalwell and I, are going to walk you through the attack on the Capitol that day and the danger that it posed to the Vice President, to the Speaker of the House, to you all as senators, my colleagues in the House, Capitol Police, and everyone who works in and around this Capitol. As you have heard, President Trump had been telling his supporters and his millions of Twitter followers that Pence had the ability to secure the presidency for Trump, that Mike Pence alone had the power to overturn the election results if he would just do it. But at 12:55 p.m. on January 6th, Vice President Pence formally refused the president's demand. He wrote, and I quote, "It is my considered judgment that my oath to support and defend the Constitution constrains me from claiming unilateral authority to determine which electoral votes should be counted and which should not." Pence ended his letter with a passage including the words, "I will do my duty." Even though the count resulted in the defeat of his party and his own candidacy, Vice President Pence had the courage to stand against the president, tell the American public the truth, and uphold our Constitution. That is patriotism. That patriotism is also what put Vice President in so much danger on January 6th by the mob sent by our president. To the president and the mob he incited, that duty to our Constitution was an all-out betrayal. And the vice president was the direct target of that rage. At 12:53 p.m., senators, members of Congress, Vice President Pence were in their respective chambers. Outside, rioters, including some linked to the Proud Boys, broke through the outer barricade surrounding the lawn of the Capitol. 12 minutes later, Vice President Pence began presiding over the joint session of Congress to certify the results of the presidential election. You can see Vice President Pence gaveling in the joint session here.
Madam Speaker and members of Congress, pursuant to the Constitution and the laws of the United States, the Senate and House of Representatives are meeting in joint session to verify the certificates and count the votes of the electors of the several states for President and Vice President of the United States.
While Vice President Pence presided over the joint session, Trump supporters began their assault on our Capitol. Radio communications from the Metropolitan Police Department highlight how during and following President Trump's speech, Trump supporters descended on the Capitol and became increasingly violent. What you are about to hear has not been made public before.
Multiple capital injuries! Multiple capital injuries!
1318.
A 12 to 50, we're coming around from the south side.
Be advised, the speech ended.
Intel 1, be advised, you got a group of about 50 charging up the hill on the west front, just north of the stairs. They're approaching the wall now.
They're starting to dismantle the reviewing stand and throwing metal poles at us. Cruiser 50, give me DSO up here now! DSO! Multiple law enforcement entries! DSO, get up here! All right, we're 30 seconds out. Yeah, we need some reinforcements up here now. They're starting to pull the gates down. They're throwing metal poles at us. Cruiser 50, DSO, get up here! Okay, we're here. 12 to 50, we're here. Oh, we just had an explosion go on up here. I know there's fireworks or what, but they're starting to explode explosives. Fireworks material.
After attempting to dismantle the outermost perimeter, the rioters did everything in their power to storm past the police and into the Capitol. They coordinated moving metal barricades the police were using to maintain distance. Listen to the yelling of "pull them this way" as they grabbed the barriers and attacked officers trying to hold the line.
Hold them this way! Hold them!
At about 1:10 and 1:23 p.m., respectively, Capitol Police sent out the first evacuation alerts of the day, telling people to evacuate the Madison Building and the Cannon Building, respectively. Shortly after, at 1:45 p.m., Trump supporters surged past Capitol Police, protecting the Capitol's west steps, the side that is facing the White House. In another radio communication between Metropolitan Police officers, you can hear an officer declare that there is a riot at the Capitol at 1:49 p.m.
Cruiser 50, we're going to give riot warnings as soon as the apparatus is here. We're going to give riot warnings. We're going to try and get compliance, but this is now effectively a riot.
1349 hours declaring it a riot.
The next video, as well as several videos that follow, have a model of the Capitol complex. The video is from the west front of the Capitol on the Senate side, the side facing the White House. Watch the red dot, which moves up the lower steps of the Capitol, indicating the approximate location of the rioters as they surge past the police. While the mob that Donald Trump sent to stop the certification came closer and closer to breaching the Capitol just one floor below where we are now, Vice President Pence continued to preside over the session in the Senate chamber above. At about 2:12 p.m., Secret Service quickly and suddenly evacuated Vice President Pence from the Senate floor. Here's the immediate reaction to that evacuation.
No audio. They just cut out. It looks like they and sometimes the Senate
like they just ushered Mike Pence out really quickly.
Yes, they did. That's exactly what just happened there. They ushered Mike Pence out. They moved him fast. I saw the motions too.
While the Vice President Pence was being evacuated from the Senate chamber, rioters were at that time breaking into the Capitol. This next video shows their approach and the initial breach of the Capitol complex. Remember to watch the red dot, which Broke is being tracking throughout this incident. Now we're going to show you, through security footage that has not been made public before, what that same breach looked like from the inside. Now, because this is security footage, there's no sound. Note, as the video begins, we are seeing the inside view as the mob approaches from outside and beats the windows and doors. You can see that the rioter first break the window with the wooden beam that you saw previously, and a lone police officer inside responds and begins to spray the first man who enters, but is quickly overwhelmed. I want you to pay attention to the first group of assailants as they break into the building. The second man through the window is wearing full tactical body armor and is carrying a baseball bat. Others are carrying riot shields. Among this group are members of the Proud Boys, some of whom, like Dominic Pizzola, who was recently indicted on federal conspiracy charges, we will discuss later. Can watch where they're coming on our model as well. When I first saw this model that was created for this, I thought back to September 11th. I know a lot of you senators were here. Some of you might have been members on the House side. I was also here on September 11th. I was a staffer at that time. My office was on the west front of the Capitol. I worked in the Capitol, and I was on the House side. This year is 20 years since the attacks of September 11th. And almost every day, I remember that 44 Americans gave their lives to stop the plane that was headed to this Capitol building. I thank them every day for saving my life and the life of so many others. Those Americans sacrificed their lives for love of country, honor, duty, all the things that America means. The Capitol stands because of people like that. This Capitol that was conceived by our founding fathers, that was built by slaves, that remains through the sacrifice of service men and women around the world. And when I think of that, and I think of these insurgents, these images, incited by our own President of the United States, attacking this Capitol to stop the certification of a presidential election, our democracy, our republic. At the same time that that breach on this Capitol building occurred, at approximately 2:13 p.m., just one floor up, while Senator Lankford was speaking on the Senate floor, Senator Grassley, who had taken over for Vice President Pence, called an unscheduled immediate recess of the Senate. A Senate aide approached Senator Lankford and informed him that the Capitol had been breached. Senator Grassley is immediately escorted out of the Senate chamber.
We'll pause. Protesters are in the building. Thank you.
Now, while this was going on, Officer Eugene Goodman responded to the initial breach. You all may have seen footage of Officer Goodman previously, but there's more to his heroic story. In this security footage, you can see Officer Goodman running to respond to the initial breach. Officer Goodman passes Senator Mitt Romney and directs him to turn around in order to get to safety. On the first floor, just beneath them, the mob had already started to search for the Senate chamber. Officer Goodman made his way down to the first floor where he encountered the same insurrectionists we just saw watch breach the Capitol. In this video, we can see the rioters surge toward Officer Goodman. Recall that the rioters are in red and Officer Goodman in this model is in blue. Watch Officer Goodman, who backs up the stairs. Although they were shouting that they did not have any weapons, we know from the earlier video that that's not true. The second assailant through that breach was the one carrying a metal baseball bat. We know there were other weapons there that day. Did you hear the other shouts? We're here for you. He's one person, we're thousands. And where do they count the votes? They were coming at the urging of Donald Trump to keep Congress, a separate branch of government, from certifying the results of a presidential election. As the rioters reached the top of the stairs, they were within 100 feet of where the vice president was sheltering with his family. And they were just a feet away from one of the doors to this chamber, where many of you remained at that time. I also want to show you a different angle from the security footage of Officer Goodman's acts. This video is on the second floor of the Senate wing of the Capitol. The red dot, as you recall, represents the insurrectionists. The blue dot is Officer Goodman, who led the mob away from the chamber just minutes earlier. On the left-hand side of the video, just inside the hallway, is the door to the Senate chamber. And watch how Officer Goodman provokes the rioters and purposefully draws them away from the door to the Senate chamber and towards the other officers waiting down the hall. The rioter seen carrying a baseball bat in this video is the same one we saw moments ago breaching the window on the first floor. While all of this was going on, Vice President Pence was still in the room near the Senate chamber. It was not until 2:26 that he was evacuated to a secure location. This next security video shows that evacuation. His movements are depicted by the orange dot in our model. The red and blue dots represents the location where the mob and Officer Goodman were, and where Officer Goodman led the mob away from the chamber just moments ago. You can see Vice President Pence and his family quickly move down the stairs. The Vice President turns around briefly as he's headed down. As Pence was being evacuated, rioters started to spread throughout the Capitol. Those inside helped other rioters break in through doors in several locations around this entire building. And the mob was looking for Vice President Pence because of his patriotism, because the Vice President had refused to do what the President demanded and overturn the election results. During the assault on the Capitol, extremists reportedly coordinated online and discussed how they could hunt down the Vice President. Journalists in the Capitol reported they heard rioters say they were looking for Pence in order to execute him. Trump's supporters had erected a gallows on the lawn in front of the Capitol building. Another group of rioters chanted, "Hang Mike Pence," as they stood in the open door of the Capitol building. You can hear the security alarm from the door in the background, and you can hear the mob calling for the death of the Vice President of the United States. This wasn't an isolated area or incident where that was being told, where that was being said. It was going on everywhere. Here's another example of the crowd outside yelling, "Bring out Pence! Bring him out!"
Bring him out! Bring him out! Bring him out! Bring out Pence! Bring him out! Bring out Pence! Bring him out! Bring out Pence! Bring him out!
After President Trump had primed his followers for months and inflamed the rally-goers that morning, it is no wonder that the Vice President of the United States was the target of their wrath after Pence refused to overturn the election results. Listen to this man explain.
Well, Congress, cowards hid in their inside and were emergency escorted away because of fear of the people. Of course, they're cowards, can't face the people, can't do the right thing. Pence lied to us. He's a total treasonous pig, and his name will be mud forever. Now the real battle begins, and it looks like the American people are very pissed. So, good luck with that. Peace out.
Peace out. Several insurrectionists described what they had planned to do if they encountered the Vice President or other lawmakers. One of them, Dominic Pizzola, also known as Spaz, is a member of the Proud Boys, as we discussed. Pizzola came to the Capitol on January 6 with deadly intentions. He commandeered a Capitol Police shield, used it to smash a glass window, entered the Capitol, and paved the way for dozens of insurrectionists. As you recall from an earlier video, Pizzola was one of the first wave of rioters to breach the building. On the left, you can see a screenshot from the video of the break-in we showed earlier. And on the right, you can see Pizzola in the mob chase Capitol Police Officer Eugene Goodman through the building. Pizzola is the man in the center of the photo with the gray beard. Pizzola has since been charged with 8 federal crimes for his conduct related to January 6. According to an FBI agent's affidavit submitted to the court, the group that was with him during the sack of the Capitol confirmed that they were out to murder, quote, anyone they got their hands on. Here's what the FBI said, and I quote, other members of the group talked about things they had done that day, and they said that anyone they got their hands on, they would have killed, including Nancy Pelosi, and that, quote, they would have killed Vice President Mike Pence if given the chance. They were talking about assassinating the Vice President of the United States. During the course of the attack, the Vice President never left the Capitol, remained locked down with his family inside the building. Remember that as you think about these images and the sounds of the attack. The Vice President, our second in command, was always at the center of it. Vice President Pence was threatened with death by the president's supporters because he rejected President Trump's demand that he overturn the election. The mob also went after Speaker of the House, who alongside the Vice President was presiding over the joint session of the certification in the House chamber. The chilling evidence shows that on January 6th, armed and organized insurrectionists trained their sights on Speaker Pelosi. They sought out the Speaker on the floor and in her office, publicly declared their intent to harm or kill her, ransacked her office, and terrorized her staff. And they did it because Donald Trump sent them on this mission. As the insurrectionists got closer, Capitol Police rushed the Speaker from the House floor at 2:15 p.m., mere minutes after the Capitol was first breached. They recognized immediately that she was in danger. The Speaker was not just rushed from the floor. The Capitol Police deemed the threat so dangerous that they evacuated her entirely from the Capitol complex, rushing her to a secure off-site location. The insurrectionists' intent to murder the Speaker of the House is well documented in charging documents that are now available. We know from the rioters themselves that if they had found Speaker Pelosi, they would have killed her. I have already discussed Proud Boys member Dominic Pezzola, who has since been charged with 8 federal crimes for his conduct on January 6. As you will recall, according to the FBI agent's affidavit submitted to the court, the group he attacked the Capitol with confirmed that, quote, anyone they got their hands on, they would have killed, including Nancy Pelosi. William Calhoun, a lawyer from Georgia, also participated in the insurrection that day, and he too has been charged for his actions. This insurrectionist detailed his criminal activity at the Capitol online. Calhoun wrote about his involvement on his own Facebook page. Here's the post. Calhoun stated, quote, and get this, the first of us who got upstairs kicked in Nancy Pelosi's office door and pushed down the halls towards her inner sanctum. The mob howling with rage. Crazy Nancy probably would have been torn into little pieces, but she was nowhere to be seen. Crazy Nancy. That's Trump's nickname for the Speaker of the House. Then he explains that he and his group only abandoned their claim to the Speaker's office when, quote, a SWAT team showed up. He writes, quote, then a SWAT team showed and we retreated back to the rotunda and continued our hostile takeover of the Capitol building. Retreated, hostile takeover. He's using military terms for this attack. The mob continued to look for Speaker Pelosi throughout the time they occupied the Capitol, including invading her offices. Watch now how the mob searches for Speaker Pelosi's office, which is marked in red, and the House chamber itself.
Where are you, Nancy? We're looking for you. Nancy! Oh, Nancy! Nancy! Where are you, Nancy?
During the siege, the Speaker's staff took cover in her office, hiding in fear for their lives for hours as rioters broke in and ransacked her office. As the rioters were breaking into the Capitol, her staff retreated into an interior room. 8 of them gathered in a conference room. About the same time, Capitol Police announced that Capitol had been breached. Speaker Pelosi's staff heeded the call to shelter in place. On our model, you can see the rioters in the rotunda in red and the Speaker's office again in orange. So this is a security video, so there is no sound. As you can see here, the staff moves from their offices through the halls and then enters a door on the right-hand side. That's the outer door of a conference room, which also has an inner door that they barricaded with furniture. The staff then hid under a conference room table in that inner room. This is the last staffer going in and then barricading themselves inside of the inner office. After just 7 minutes of them barricading themselves and the last staffer entering the door on the right, a group of rioters entered the hallway outside. And once inside, the rioters have free reign in the Speaker of the House's offices. In this security video, pay attention to the door that we saw those staffers leading into and going into. One of the rioters you can see is throwing his body against the door 3 times until he breaks open that outer door. Luckily, when faced with the inner door, he moves on. Another rioter later tried, unsuccessfully, inner door. At this point, the mob had already broken into the Speaker's formal conference room that is in the back of the hall at the top of the video. I want to play some audio we have of the Speaker's staff with the rioters at the door that day. You can hear the terror in their voice as they describe what's happening to them as they are barricaded in that conference room. Please listen carefully, because the staffer is whispering into a phone as he hides from the rioters that are outside the door.
Texting Mike that they're within our hall. We need Capitol Police, I think, coming to that way. They're pounding on doors trying to find her.
You can hear the pounding in the background as that staffer is speaking. One of those staffers explained later that they could hear the mob going through her offices, breaking down the door and yelling, "Where are you, Nancy?" The mob also pillaged and vandalized the Speaker's office and documented their crimes on social media. They stole objects, desecrated the office of the Speaker of the House of Representatives of the United States. As you can see in these photos, rioters broke down a door. They also shattered a mirror. At 2:50 p.m., several rioters, including Richard Big O Barnett, entered Speaker Pelosi's office. The world is all now too familiar with the images from these slides. If you look closely, however, at the now infamous pictures of Barnett with his feet on the desk, you might see something that you didn't notice previously. Here's a better look. As this photo highlights, he's carrying a stun gun tucked into his waistband. The FBI identified the device as a 950,000-volt stun gun walking stick. The weapon could have caused serious pain and incapacitated anyone Barnett had used it against. Richard Barnett bragged about his actions. He was proud of the way he desecrated the Speaker of the House's office. He left a note: "We will not back down." Here's Barnett in his own words.
Office? Yeah, that's what. How'd you get it?
I didn't steal it. I bled on it to
they were fucking macing me and I couldn't fucking see. And so I figured, well, I'm in her office, I got blood in her office, I'll put a quarter on her desk, even though she ain't fucking worth it. And I left her a note on her desk that says, Nancy Big O is here, you bitch.
Trump's mob ransacked the Speaker of the House's office. They terrorized her staff. Again, that is a mob that was sent by the President of the United States to stop the certification of an election. The Vice President, the Speaker of the House, the first and second in line to the presidency, were performing their constitutional duties, presiding over the election certification, and they were put in danger because President Trump put his own desires, his own need for power over his duty to the Constitution and our democratic process. President Trump put a target on their backs, and his mob broke into the Capitol to hunt them down.
Congresswoman Stacey Plaskett, we saw things there we have not seen before. Video, radio traffic, what was going on inside the Capitol during that siege on January 6th, the direct threats against the Vice President of the United States, against the House Speaker Nancy Pelosi. Now Congressman Eric Swalwell will continue the prosecution.
When you do it, that's right, our hands, ASAP, when you do it, we're surrounded. Truth Thursday, they breached the scaffold. Like never know, they have breached the scaffold. They're behind our lines.
Shortly after 2 p.m., the Capitol Police and Metropolitan Police were overwhelmed by President Trump's mob. Perimeters were broken. The Capitol had been breached. Those officers kept fighting back for hours and hours to hold the line. They fought to defend the Capitol building and all of us within it. But they weren't there just to protect us, and they did, and our staff, and the custodial staff, and all the people who work so hard in this building. They were there to protect the votes of the American people that were being counted that day. I will show you more later about what that day was like for those brave officers. But first, let's go back to what was happening where Manager Plaskett left off in the House chamber. Rioters who had entered the building through the Senate quickly spread out through the Capitol. Many headed towards the House and Senate chambers. After Speaker Pelosi was ushered out, Chairman McGovern was presiding in the House, attempting to keep the counting process going. On our phones, members were receiving security updates and watching social media to see the horror that was going on outside. We never thought it would make its way in. By 2:25 p.m., rioters who were already in the building opened the east side doors of the Capitol Rotunda to let more of the mob in. They quickly flooded through the doors, overwhelming the officers. This is new security footage of those doors. And as before, the mob is identified with the red dot on the model of the Capitol. If you look closely, you'll see the first person through the door is holding a Trump flag. At the same time, just one floor below, the mob violently pushed through a line of Capitol police officers and overtook the area. We all know that area in the Capitol is the crypt. This is directly beneath the rotunda, at the very center of the Capitol. Inside the House chamber, a security officer suspended the floor debate to update members.
We had a disbursement of tear gas in the rotunda. Please be advised there are masks under your seats. Please grab a mask, place it in your lap, and be prepared to don your mask in the event that we get a breach.
We were told there were tear gas masks underneath our seats and be prepared to grab them. Determined to keep the count going, Chairman McGovern called the House back into session. But only 4 minutes later, at 2:30 p.m., the House abruptly recessed. A new security announcement was made.
Everybody, we need to be prepared to get down under your chairs if necessary, so we have folks entering the rotunda and coming down this way. So we'll update you as soon as we can, but just be prepared. Stay calm.
As I heard that announcement on the floor, I saw the new House chaplain, on just her 4th day on the job, walk to the front podium. Unannounced and amidst the chaos, she started to recite a prayer for peace. Uncertain what would happen next, I sent a text message to my wife. I love you and the babies. Please hug them for me. I imagine many of you sent a similar message. What we could not see from inside the chamber was that outside, the mob was growing larger and larger and approaching our doors. But we could hear them. This security footage, which does not have sound, shows a close-up of move toward the 2nd floor of the House chamber to stop the counting of votes. In the back of the group, you see one individual carrying a Stop the Steal sign. They get within footsteps of the House door. The next video is the viewpoint of the insurrectionists. It begins with the mob amassing and then cuts ahead to show you their surge to the House door.
We want Trump! 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 It's I told you they're going. They're going. Yeah, I would just stop. Dude, you're not helping. You're not helping. All right, you're gonna get me hurt and other people. Epstein! It's Epstein! It's the faggot Epstein! No violence! It's too late for that. They don't listen without that shit.
Those doors, to orient you at home, are the doors that the President of the United States walks through when he or she gives a State of the Union address.
We are coming up on 5 p.m. in the East. Our coverage of the impeachment trial will continue, but some of the stations are going to be leaving us now for their local news.
It's too late for that. They don't listen without that. They were there to stop the certification of the election. At this point, inside the House chamber, we can now hear the pounding on the doors. At 2:35 p.m., members on the House floor were told an evacuation route was secured and it was time to leave. This video shows members of Congress exiting to the side of the podium where we would go through the House lobby and downstairs. Because of coronavirus restrictions, congressional members had been waiting in the gallery for their time to speak, just one level above the House floor. Representatives, staff, journalists all took cover under their chairs, helped each other put on their gas masks, and held hands as rioters gathered outside. Here in this slide, you see Representative Jason Crow comforting our colleague, Representative Susan Wild. The rioters continued to surround the House chamber, flooding the halls and kicking on the doors as they passed them. This security video shows Ashley Babbitt, followed by others in the mob, turning the corner toward the House lobby doors where the members were leaving. Chairman McGovern was one of the last members to leave the floor. As he left through the House lobby just after 2:40 p.m., he was spotted by the mob. Minutes later, at 2:44 p.m., Ashley Babbitt attempted to climb through a shattered window into the House lobby. To protect the members in the lobby, an officer discharged his weapon, and she was killed. I want to warn everyone that the next video, which shows her death, is graphic. Inside the chamber, representatives, staff, and journalists remained trapped in the gallery, one floor above the House floor, and heard the gunshot. My colleague, Representative Dan Kildee, produced this recording.
Take your pins off!
Yeah. The fuck?
Take your pins off!
Pins off!
Out of fear that they'd be seen or taken by the mob, my colleagues were telling each other to take off their congressional pins. That buzzing sound that you hear in the background of these videos was the sound of the gas masks. It was not until approximately 2:50 p.m., about 6 minutes after the shooting, downstairs, remaining members, staff, and journalists in the gallery were finally able to flee. In this security footage video, you can see them exiting. Many members are still wearing their gas masks. They walk just feet away from where Capitol Police are holding an insurrectionist at gunpoint. Just minutes earlier, that insurrectionist had tried to open the gallery door and thankfully was stopped by a tactical team. Although members were now being moved to another location, the mob continued to fight, to stop the count, to find the members, to engage with the police. The building was not yet secure. This security video from 2:56 p.m. shows the mob in the House of Representatives wing on the second floor of the Capitol. Insurrectionists who are still inside the building are fighting with the police, who are overwhelmed and trying to get them out. Throughout this presentation, we have been very careful to not share where members of Congress were taken on the paths they followed to get out and off the floors. But that very issue was under discussion by the insurrectionists themselves. One example comes from an FBI affidavit, which stated that a leader of a militia group known as the Oath Keepers received messages while he was at the Capitol. The leader was given directions to where representatives were thought to be sheltering and instructions to, quote, turn on gas, seal them in. And as you know, the threat to the Senate was no less than that of the members of the House. The mob approached the Senate with the same purpose, fulfilling President Trump's goal of stopping the count, delaying the certification of the Electoral College votes of the American people. As you heard from Manager Plaskett, Vice President Pence was moved away from the area near the Senate chamber around 2:25 p.m. By that time, rioters had breached several areas close to this chamber, and they were flooding the hallways just outside and nearby. The Senate chamber was not evacuated until 2:30 p.m. The mob had been in the building for more than 15 minutes. This new security footage of the senators and staff leaving the chamber will be displayed on the screens. It is silent. You cannot see it in this footage, but quick-thinking Senate floor staff grabbed and protected the electoral ballots that the mob was after. Those of you who were here that day will recall that once you left the Senate floor, you moved through a hallway to get to safety. That hallway was near where Officer Goodman had encountered a mob and led them upstairs and away from the Senate chamber. You know how close you came to the mob. Some of you, I understand, could hear them, but most of the public does not know how close these rioters came to you. As you were moving through that hallway, I paced it off. You were just 58 steps away from where the mob was amassing and where police were rushing to stop them. They were yelling. In this security video, you can see how the Capitol Police created a line and blocked the hallway with their bodies to prevent rioters at the end of the hall from reaching you and your staff. Because this is security footage that you have not seen before, I want to play it again. The top of the screen is the other end of that hallway where the mob has amassed and the officers are rushing to protect you. Additional security footage shows how Leader Schumer and the members of his protective detail had a near miss with the mob. They came within just yards of rioters and had to turn around. Here in this new video, you see Leader Schumer walking up a ramp. Going up the ramp with his detail, he'll soon go out of view. Seconds later, they return and run back down the hallway, and officers immediately shut the door and use their bodies to keep them safe. At 2:45 p.m., shortly after senators were ushered to safety from the Senate floor, insurrectionists reached this Senate gallery. The following video was filmed by a New Yorker reporter. Minutes later, the insurrectionists invaded and desecrated the Senate floor. These vandals shouted and rifled through the desks in this room. They took pictures of documents and of themselves, celebrating that they had taken over the floor and stopped the counting of Electoral College votes.
I want to just get a snap of that.
Yeah, I took a picture.
Hey, how did I get down there? We're down the stairs. And look here, look.
Ted Cruz's objection to the Arizona.
His objection. He was going to sell us out all along. Really? Look, objection to counting the electoral votes of the state of Arizona. Can I get a photo of that? Wait, no, that's. Oh, no, that's actually okay. All right. He's with us. He's with us. There's got to be something here. We can fucking use against these scumbags.
We're acting a fool, man!
America's Republic. Oh, no, this is good stuff.
Hey! We're acting a fool!
Larry Brock, who was arrested for his role in the insurrection, was photographed on the Senate floor wearing a helmet, tactical gear, and carrying flex cuffs. This man, also in the Senate gallery, is Eric Munchell. Like Brock, he was dressed in what appears to be tactical gear, also holding up flex cuffs. If the doors to this chamber had been breached just minutes earlier, imagine what they could have done with those cuffs. After insurrectionists occupied the Capitol and stopped the joint session from counting the votes, the Capitol was in lockdown for 5 hours. As long as it took to get back to the Capitol, to get back to the certification of the election, it could have been so much longer. Or we might not been able to have resumed at all. As horrific as it was, 140 officers injured, 3 officers who ultimately lost their lives. We all know that awful day could have been so much worse. The only reason it was not was because of the extraordinary bravery of the men and women of the Capitol Police and the Metropolitan Police Departments. For hours and hours, these insurrectionists were in hand-to-hand combat with these brave men and women. Like some of you, I come from a law enforcement family. My dad was a cop. My 2 brothers, my little brothers, are cops who walk the beat today. I'm proud of them. And like in every law enforcement family, when we hang up the phone, we don't only say, "I love you," we say, "Be safe." So let's focus now on the attack and what it was like for the officers defending the Capitol that day. And again, I want to warn you that the following audio and videos are graphic and are unsettling. But it's important that we understand the extent of what occurred. Here's an audio recording from the radio traffic of the D.C. Metropolitan Police Department describing the violence.
Cruiser 50 and copy were still taking rocks, bottles, and pieces of flag and metal poles. Cruiser 50, the crowd is using munitions against us. They have bear spray in the crowd. Bear spray in the crowd.
28.
DSO, I need a re-up up here.
You hear the officer describe they're using munitions. The rioters, are using munitions against us. This video shows how the sprays that were described were used against the officers. In a separate Metropolitan Police Department radio traffic recording, you can hear an officer when he realizes that the insurrectionists had overtaken the police line.
Cruiser 50, we lost the line. We lost the line. All MPD, pull back. All MPD, pull back up to the upper deck. All MPD, pull back to the upper deck. ASAP. All MPD, come back to the upper deck. Upper deck. Cruiser 50 was blanked. 1033. I repeat, 1033 was from the Capitol. We've been blanked and we've lost the line.
The MPD officer calls out 1033. That's the code for emergency. Officer in need of assistance. His words, "We've lost the line." Hours after members of the House and Senate had left this area, on the west front of the building, the mob continued to grow, continued to beat the officers as they tried to get in. In this new security video, you can see the mob attacking officers with a crutch, a hockey stick, a bullhorn, and a Trump flag. I want to show you that same attack from the officer's perspective from his body camera footage. This body camera footage is from 4:27 p.m., over 2 hours from when the Capitol was first breached. The attack on police that afternoon was constant. Metropolitan Police Officer Michael Fanone, a 20-year police veteran with 4 daughters, was part of a line of officers protecting the Capitol. He was one of 3 officers that the mob dragged down the stairs. When they dragged him, they stole his badge, his radio, his ammunition magazine, and they tased him, triggering a heart attack. Here he describes his experience.
Looked like a medieval battle scene. You know, some of the most brutal combat I've ever encountered. At one point I got tased. People were yelling out, we got one, we got one.
Officer Christina Lowry, who regularly serves in MPD's Narcotics and Specialized Investigation Division, also protected the front Capitol entrance. Here's her experience.
I mean, I can't say enough about the officers that were there, the officers that were on the front line. And when I say the front line, I mean literally officers that were in a line, stopping these people that were beating them with metal poles. They were spraying them with bear mace. I mean, they did everything in their power to not let those people in. And this was going on for hours.
Around 4:30 p.m., hours into the Capitol riots, Officer Daniel Hodges was protecting a West Side Capitol entrance when rioters who were trying to stop the certification trapped him between 2 doors. When Officer Hodges was interviewed later, this is how he described what was happening.
They threw down a huge metal object that hit me in the head. I was also knocked down. The medical mask I was wearing at the time got pulled up over my eyes, so I was on the ground and blinded, and they started just attacking me from all sides.
Rioters crushed Officer Hodges. He was wedged in the doorway, blood dripping from his mouth. He was struggling to breathe, all while the insurrectionists hit him. Officer Hodges' experience reminds you of what he and many other officers experienced that day, what they went through. We're also reminded of the 3 officers who lost their lives. Capitol Hill police officers Sicknick, Liebengood, and Metropolitan Police Officer Smith. In many law enforcement families, we pray for our loved ones, and we know the scripture of Matthew, chapter 5, verse 9. Blessed are the peacemakers, for they shall be called the children of God. I'm sorry I have to show you the next video, but in it you will see how blessed we were that on that hellish day we had a peacemaker like Officer Hodges, protecting our lives, our staff's lives, this Capitol, and the certification process. May we do all we can in this chamber to make sure that never happens again.
Eric Swalwell, closing with that graphic piece of video.
The President will now have a recess for dinner and will resume at 6:15.
The Senate will stand in recess.
Exactly 5 weeks ago, This Wednesday, exactly 5 weeks ago at this hour, we knew in real time that an ugly piece of history was unfolding on January 6th. This afternoon, what we've just seen for the last hour and a half, the last 2 hours, is graphic, new, dramatic video, radio traffic, showing just how horrifying it was on the inside. Officers under threat, you just saw that. The House Speaker, Nancy Pelosi, under threat. Someone in her office with a 950,000-volt stun gun. Vice President of the United States, Mike Pence, under threat. Senators themselves, senators and members of Congress, they're walking away now from that chamber. We saw that video of them running away as police tried to draw protesters away so they could escape. Dramatic new evidence from the House prosecutors this afternoon. Rachel Scott there on Capitol Hill. Did this capture the attention of the senators watching?
It sure did, George. There was a stillness in the room. The volume from those videos described as deafening. Hearing the sounds of the rioters fill and echo throughout the chamber. Senator Mark Warner getting up, pacing in the back of the chamber. Several senators shaking their heads as they saw those rioters try to break in to House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's office. Senators straining out of their seats, trying to get a better view of the monitor as Vice President Mike Pence was rushed to safety and down that stairwell. This video was so graphic today that a warning was sent out to the offices, to their own staff, warning them not to watch if they thought they were going to be triggered by these events. So many of their staffers, like House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's staff, sheltered in place, fearing for their safety. And then you have Senator Mitt Romney, who was rushed away, seen in that video that we have never seen before, running. Officer Eugene Goodman telling him to go the other direction because the rioters were vastly approaching. He was seen totally still, gripped, eyes glued on the monitor, watching himself run in fear for his own life. Today, Eugene Goodman, that officer that is being described as a hero, is back here at the Capitol, George, standing right outside of the Senate chamber.
Doing his duty this afternoon. Rachel Scott, thanks very much. Pierre Thomas, our Chief Justice correspondent. So much new footage there, so much new radio traffic and body cam footage, illustrating, putting new life to the stories of some of the officers you've had the chance to speak to.
George, one of the most stunning things we saw and heard today was listening to that audio of the officers saying, quote, "We've lost the line. We've lost the line." It's as if they were in a military battle on a war field, and that's exactly what it appeared to be. To hear the officers that we interviewed talk about what they were going through. One of the officers told me how, as Congressman Swalwell mentioned, that they ripped off his badge, they ripped off his ammunition. They said, shoot him with his own gun. They were being beaten with poles. They were being stabbed at with spears. They were being hit with metal pipes. George, they were hit with bear spray. We heard that audio. One of the officers saying they're using bear spray on us. Again, chemicals that you would use on an animal. That was being used against police. And I think the impact of today is to put all of this together so that the people could get a sense that this chaos was happening throughout the Capitol, that the Speaker, the Vice President were literally moments away from these people being able to get in contact with them. The hushed tones of one of the staff members talking on the phone as the rioters beat on the door, just remarkably scary to listen to again, George.
Pierre Thomas, so many Americans still can't believe that something like this could happen, drawing contrast with the amount of force that was in place during the Black Lives Matter protests last summer. And as you watch that that video of Gene Goodman, African-American police officer holding off the mob alone, I have to wonder what so many Americans will be thinking as they watch that and thinking, what would have happened had that been a black mob and a white officer?
George, that question has been bandied about, particularly in the African-American community, for weeks. First of all, I've had friends say that, number one, African-Americans would have never tried to storm the U.S. Capitol in that way because they thought they would be brought out in body bags, point blank. To hear the congressman talk about the officer today being called the N-word as he's fighting to protect the democracy, the indignity of it, the extra, amount of pain that would have inflicted. And also people are talking, quite frankly, George, about the privilege that many of these people felt. White rage, if you will, by many of the people. And one of the officers told me, George, and I'll never forget, he said, he used the word privilege, and he said at one point as he was being beaten by these people, they were saying to him, you should switch sides and help us arrest members of Congress.
My goodness, Pierre Thomas, thanks very much. I want to bring in John Carl. John Carl, we saw that footage of a gallows on the Capitol grounds. We heard people saying, hang Mike Pence. We saw what kind of threat he was under that day as well. We know from your reporting the kind of pressure he was put under by President Trump personally. It's hard not to think about what kind of a witness he could make in this impeachment trial.
Oh, absolutely, George. And I think what we saw vividly here in almost breathtaking detail, how much Mike Pence's life was in danger, how close that mob came to Mike Pence. George, as the Senate chamber was evacuated, his security detail, I have been told, wanted to get him out of the building, get him out of the way beyond the chamber into a safe location, and he resisted, which is why he for some time was in a small office right off the Senate chamber. So he was there as that mob, and we saw in stark relief as that mob approached the Senate chamber. He was there and rushed down those stairs, and seeing that security footage and knowing that image of him getting rushed down the stairs as the mob is just down the hallway, and the President of the United States at that moment is tweeting, not to tell people to back off and not to condemn what was happening.
Okay, John, thank you. This is Senator Lisa Murkowski. Let's listen in.
A target of what happened. Can you just sort of take us to the chamber and what you're thinking? Are you angry? How do you feel?
I'm angry, I'm disturbed, I'm sad. As you say, we're reliving this. We lived it once, and that was awful. And we're now reliving it with a more comprehensive timeline. I know what I was feeling in the Senate chamber when I could hear those voices. I knew what it meant to be running down this hallway with my colleagues. I wasn't fully aware of everything else that was happening in the building, and so when you see all the pieces come together, just the total awareness of that, the enormity of this, the threat, not just to us as people, as lawmakers, but the threat to the institution and what Congress represents. It's disturbing.
How much?
Greatly disturbing.
The managers today have been trying to make the case that this was completely Donald Trump's doing. Do you agree with that?
I think that the House managers are making a very strong case for a timeline that laid out very clearly with the words that were used, when he used them, how he used them, to really build the anger, the violence that we saw here in this Capitol.
Is there any doubt in your mind as you watched that? They called it a drumbeat with regard to what was happening. They built, like you said, a timeline. Is there any doubt in your mind that Donald Trump incited an insurrection?
I am looking at what we're seeing now. I have said that I will look to the evidence that is presented. The evidence that has been presented thus far is pretty damning. But I also know that I have an obligation, a responsibility, and one that I accept to listen to what the defense will present. And so we'll have an opportunity to do that in a day or so. But today, again, I think the series of videos that we've seen, again, a reminder of what we all lived through, and unfortunately what some did not live through, is greatly, greatly disturbing.
Do you have concerns if the Senate does not act and bar Donald Trump from running for office again, that he could run again and that he could incite the same mob of supporters here?
Frankly, I don't see how after the American public sees the full story laid out here, not just in one snippet on this day and another on that, but this whole scenario that has been laid out before us. I don't see how Donald Trump could be reelected to the presidency again. I just don't see that.
One bit of housekeeping. You're under no pressure, or are you, from your leadership to vote a certain way?
None whatsoever. None whatsoever. Okay. Absolutely not.
You feel free to vote your conscience.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Thank you, Senator. Appreciate your time.
Strong words there from Republican Senator Lisa Murkowski, one of 5 Republican senators who voted not to dismiss this case at the outset, also voted to continue with the trial yesterday, saying she believed the constitutional issues were not at issue. But you heard her say right there that the evidence so far put together by the House managers is damning. She's going to keep an open mind, listen to what the president's lawyers have to say, but she says the evidence so far is damning. And Terry Moran, she made a good point there. She said what the House managers have done is put this all together into a comprehensive timeline in one package that shows what an assault this was on our democracy.
Exactly, George. You know, we watched it in real time. You in that chair, me here, Martha Raddatz down on the scene, all our colleagues, and it had that chaotic reality of a lived experience. They have done their homework. This was both organized and horrifying, right? It was methodical and infuriating the way, for the first time, really, you can see it put together on a timeline, spatially, with that model of where things were happening. And you saw how close this country came. It was, as I said that day, skin of our teeth stuff. And it was skin of their teeth. The senators barely made it out. We were a few steps, a few minutes, maybe seconds away from a real atrocity and perhaps even greater damage to our democracy. They came for Pence. They came for Pelosi. They were looking for anybody. And mobs work that way. They essentially work on the energy of the most extreme member. And who can doubt that if they'd gotten their hands on a member of Congress or a senator, the worst would not have happened. Tying this to Trump, also, they've built the case, as Lisa Murkowski just said. It wasn't just one speech, or it was from the get-go, from before the election, laying the ground. And I think one of their problems arguing is that Trump doesn't plan anything, right? He's an opportunist. He throws stuff out like a shark in the water, moves to the blood. He was kind of hoping maybe something like this would happen. He certainly fomented it. Whether incitement, whatever definition you have on that will be up to the senators. But it was a devastating presentation. I can't think of a more powerful moment of television from the Congress since Watergate.
Nor can I. Dan Abrams, those words from Lisa Murkowski right there, she wouldn't buy that the president was completely responsible, wouldn't say she was ready to make that judgment yet. She did say that he couldn't run again. She couldn't imagine him being able to run again after hearing that. The most powerful words yet we've heard about the potential for conviction from a Republican senator.
Yeah, it sure sounds like she's leaning towards a conviction. And I think that what this did today is it brought us back to the day, meaning one of the things we keep saying is every day that goes by makes it harder for the Democrats. Every day we get away from January 6th, people's memories are short. We've now all been brought back to January 6th, and it is infuriating, and it is enraging, and it is a reminder, first of all, of why all those people who were involved in the attacks need to be prosecuted. But then there's another question when it comes to President Trump, and I'm sure that the managers are going to address this, which is why did these people who were engaging in serious crimes feel so comfortable sharing those crimes on social media? Putting aside the security cameras for a moment, why were they so comfortable and proud to share this? Why? Because they thought there wouldn't be any consequences for them. Why? The House managers, I'm certain, are going to argue
because the president told them to do it. And they thought that this was what he wanted them to do. And so I think that the way the videos were shared is going to be a critical piece. Final point I'll make is that I think it was very effective to view this through a pro-law enforcement perspective, meaning you've got Republican senators who identify themselves as pro-law enforcement. You want to try to appeal to that in the hope that that may sway them.
Clearly, that's what Eric Swalwell was doing in his presentation. No question about that. Rahm Emanuel served as a member of Congress. I served as a staffer in the Congress. No one, and this became so clear again today, no one who has worked inside those halls, no one who's worked under the dome of the Capitol has ever endured a day like January 6th.
Not only did you never endure the day, be honest, you go about your day never thinking that that was possible. I mean, there's a community that's there. There's a sense of a community there of work, both among the members, House, Senate, Democrat, Republican staff, going back and forth, the media itself, and the idea that where you were going from, your office to the vote on the floor, et cetera, that all of a sudden it was going to be taken over. You were going to be ushered out as if you're, I don't mean to do this, but in a parliament that we've all seen over the years, over the decades, in Eastern Europe, et cetera, as they're being breached. And that sense of violation, you're here as a representative, but that own personal sense, not just safety and security, which they did a great job, but that violation of this is the place where we were sent to work to do the people's business. That's why when it was so powerful, he said the Speaker of the House of Representatives. And that sense of violation, not only of your body, your protection, but also your job and what you were there as embodied for the people that you represented. And in every level you go down, that's what has been punctured. And that sense of not invincibility, but a protection, that those halls walked by people looking to create violence. Never not only thought about it, but how do you then repair that breach?
The number 2 and 3 in line to the presidency under that kind of threat. We learned about that today. Sarah Fagan, let me close with you, Republican strategist Sarah Fagan. Did this last hour and a half make a difference in your view to those Republican senators who may or may not be on the fence?
I think it made a difference for some. I don't know that it's enough to get the votes to convict Donald Trump. I mean, there's a fairly easy out for Republicans on the constitutionality argument. I recognize the Senate voted yesterday to continue the trial, but many Republicans believe this is not constitutional, and so they look at a process out which avoids, what could be a very tough vote. Look, this is very damning evidence. There's no scenario in which Donald Trump, I think, can come back from this.
Sarah Fagan, thanks very much. We're going to return now to our regular programming. Coverage of the trial will continue on ABC News Live through the night. Of course, there'll be a full report tonight coming up on World News Tonight with David Muir. And I'll see you tomorrow on GMA. Have a good afternoon and evening.
This has been a special report from ABC News.
The horror and chaos and the sadness over what has played out at our nation's capital. Images not seen in modern American history.
This was horrifying. Pure pandemonium. People scaling walls at the U.S. Capitol, breaking in, literally.
A noose had been erected on the mall, and the angle of the photograph in the noose was the dome of the Capitol.
Everybody stay down! Get down!
Unbelievable. Sickening.
We love you. You're very special.
Certainly not the first time that we have heard the president not come out outright and condemn violence and condemn riots.
You'll see the white power movement on the march.
You will not replace us!
Like a monster that went into hibernation, and this was evidence that the monster has come out.
The displays of racism and violence that we're seeing in the U.S. are certainly not new.
It's a cancer in the fabric of this country.
Part of this long legacy of people organizing over time. Within the white power movement, the Oklahoma City bombing stands as the culmination of decades of organizing.
Timothy McVeigh has been found guilty on all 11 counts.
He was trying to call people to arms and to provoke a race war.
Kids are fair game, women are fair game.
It's meant to be a battle strike. It's meant to incite war.
You wonder if the clues that were there had been unearthed, whether things might be different.
We were not sufficiently prepared.
An act of domestic terrorism carried out by a movement that we have not classified, confronted, or understood.
Save the white race!
All we're doing is planting the seeds for future Timothy McVeighs to do the kinds of things we saw in Oklahoma City.
There are going to be more victims.
We have a problem in the country. It's getting worse.
Are you willing tonight to condemn white supremacists and militia groups?
We just need to start talking about race. There's no shortcut around that.
To be honest, I have an awful lot of stuff going through my mind as I think about going up to this property. You know, my dad, he gave up everything to go out there, and I know he believed in what he was doing, and you know, he created this compound, but he was so misguided and so deluded. Here's a guy who was world-renowned physicist who renounces that career and then becomes one of the world's most prolific white supremacists.
I believe that revolutionary action is called for.
And it was his idea to create a whites-only enclave there and would start the eventual cleansing of America as he saw it.
Kelvin Pierce grew up with a front row seat to hate.
My father was Dr. William Luther Pierce.
A man considered among the nation's most dangerous white supremacists.
Many people call us racists, hate mongers.
It's about hatred. It's about racism. It's about exclusion.
One of the first and most famous leaders of the nation's modern white power movement, William Pierce was the founder of a far-reaching extremist group, the National Alliance.
What worries me a lot is the unchecked tide of non-white immigration into this country, both legal and illegal. That is what is really breeding disaster.
Especially active in the 80s and 90s, the National Alliance attempted to bring white power propaganda to the masses, secretly hoping their movement would appeal to a variety of actors.
So within the white power movement, there's a broad social movement that includes a lot of different actors on the far right. The white power movement has invested tremendous energy in hiding the fact that it is a social movement because it allows these activists to perpetuate more violence. This whole movement was about becoming an enemy of the nation, to unseat the federal government, create civil disturbance, and for many people, it's imagined as a way to provoke race war.
Basically, to create a whites-only homeland where only whites would live and exist with each other. And that was the goals of the National Alliance.
And the White Power Group came up with a new strategy to accomplish its goals.
Done by people in small organization cells who didn't make a big splash in the news all the time, like some of the Nazi groups, the Klan groups.
And everybody looked up to my dad. They revered him. They absolutely idolized him as their leader.
Kelvin Pierce is in West Virginia, trying to find the old compound that today is still owned by his father's group.
I guess I'm probably a little nervous. It's been almost 20 years since I've been there. I've only been there twice.
Kelvin's father moved to this secretive compound after rising to white supremacist infamy with his novel, The Turner Diaries.
It is sort of like the Bible of the whole movement.
It truly is the most violent exercise of what it would take to create an all-white state, nation, and world.
To start this, in effect, almost a race war and bring down the federal government and establish a new form of government.
The FBI has labeled the Turner Diaries as a manual of hatred.
They were direct reflections of fantasies that he had about actions that he wished he could carry out himself. So when he saw an interracial couple, that would engender rage in him. His rage would lead him to want to kill those people, to murder them. And that's what happens in these books.
But the violent writing soon turned from William Pierce's fictional fantasies to real-life tragedy.
We got a lot of victims here at, what the hell is that, 6 and Rob, something like that?
We're talking about the largest deliberate mass casualty event in American history between the attack on Pearl Harbor and the attacks of 9/11.
You know, I knew immediately, oh my gosh.
You can never know how many people would have been saved if this had been seen as the threat that it was at the time.
We weren't ready for it. We were not sufficiently prepared.
This is a hard story to face.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Peter Jennings at ABC News headquarters in New York. We interrupt briefly to tell you of a major explosion in Oklahoma City in a federal building in the center of Oklahoma City about 9 o'clock local time in Oklahoma.
We got a lot of children over here at the YMCA also. We got this daycare here. We need to get in too.
I kept thinking, if he's in there, I need to find him. So I just tried to visualize the building back the way it was, you know, that I saw an hour before, and I closed my eyes and I remember going first floor, second floor, and remember where his bed, where his crib would be, and that's when I started trying to climb up the rubble. And there was a man there, and he told me, you know, no, come down, ma'am, you can't go up there, it's too dangerous. No, come down, come down.
The baby she was desperately trying to find, her son, 16-month-old Tevin.
And then they brought out a baby, and he brought the baby over, you know, to me and laid him on the cement bench. And I recognized who the baby was. Then they brought out another baby, then they laid down another baby in a blanket, and then another baby, and then another baby.
Helena Garrett's son, who had been at the daycare center that day, was among those who did not survive.
It's just the most devastating. Everything fell on top of it. It's the most devastating thing I've ever seen in my life.
Was an attack on innocent children. We will find the people who did this. I ask all Americans tonight to pray.
I can tell you this: the FBI and the law enforcement community will pursue every lead.
The country was still reeling over the bombing at the World Trade Center just 2 years earlier by foreign terrorists.
All we know is that they are searching for two men described as Middle Eastern. They were last seen traveling in a late model brown Chevy pickup.
There have been some claims of responsibility in parts of the country. In one, somebody quoted the Nation of Islam, but again, we caution people to remember this kind of thing happens on these occasions.
Most people thought, from the messaging we were getting, that it had been done somehow by Muslims or Arabs or something.
The FBI has asked the U.S. military to provide up to 10 Arabic speakers to help in the investigation.
But as the investigation unfolded, the evidence pointed in a different direction entirely.
Early on in the investigation, there was a piece of the vehicle used in the attack that was quickly uncovered. And they found a VIN number, and they were able to trace that back to Timothy McVeigh.
Timothy McVeigh, a 26-year-old man from upstate New York, was arrested within hours of the bombing.
In those days, for some people, they couldn't imagine that some nice, fresh-faced American had done something.
Yet McVeigh, a decorated Army sergeant, became the startling face behind America's deadliest domestic terrorist attack yet.
It was a shock to a lot of people that a former soldier was the person that had done this. When you looked at Timothy McVeigh, he looked like the boy next door.
Here he comes, Mr. McVeigh, Mr. McVeigh!
All of the discussions were about why did he do this? You know, where did he come from and who is he connected to?
And we can also give you a bit of a hint now as to where the government appears to be focusing its investigation on some of the what are called right-wing white supremacist groups in various parts of the country.
And inside McVeigh's yellow Mercury sedan, investigators discovered a sealed envelope containing evidence that would prove crucial to analyzing McVeigh's motivations.
Highlighted passages from the anti-government novel The Turner Diaries.
The white power fantasy novel written by William Pierce and long held sacred by the white power movement.
He usually had a copy wherever he went, and he oftentimes had extra copies that he would give to others.
And in rarely heard audio tapes obtained by ABC News, McVeigh, then behind bars, spoke himself about the importance of the book in his life.
I wanted to explore issues of fundamental rights. I had bought the Turner Diaries in bulk.
It just spelled out a lot of things that had a lot of similarities to what happened in Oklahoma City.
There's a long passage in the Turner Diaries about a similar bombing that many people have thought is McVeigh based the Oklahoma City bombing on. The bomb is very similar. The civilian casualties are very similar.
But that's the value of such a book, okay? It plants seeds like that.
The Turner Diaries gave McVeigh not only a blueprint for action, but the location and identity of potential allies.
He was looking for places where he could possibly hide if he didn't get arrested shortly after the bombing.
Did you intentionally call the National Alliance in April 3 different times, leaving messages to talk to a representative? Why did you call? The primary reason was to get in touch with the guy to see if they had any safe havens.
He'd actually reached out to the Turner Diaries author Pierce or his organization as a possible place, but they never got back to him.
William Pierce addressed the attack himself in an interview with 60 Minutes back in 1996.
When you learned that Timothy McVeigh was a devotee of the Turner Diaries, did you then say to yourself, hey, I wonder if I could have been responsible for some of that?
No, I never did.
Well, I knew that was typical Dad, because I knew that he absolutely would approve. And again, he would say that, you know, these are unfortunate results of what needs to happen for us to accomplish our goals.
Authorities never did tie the National Alliance to the Oklahoma City bombing, pinning the devastating crime on McVeigh and a few accomplices, including Terry Nichols and Michael Fortier. But it became clear that McVeigh's ties to white power groups ran deep.
They're brothers in arms, and that is, they're survivalists or quasi-survivalists, and I can get along with them real well.
It took me a while to accept that Tim had in fact joined the Ku Klux Klan. He tried to downplay that, but other comments showed that hostile attitude towards people of color.
You talk about the ideology of white supremacists, neo-Nazis, racists. The most extreme people want the revolution, and McVeigh wanted the revolution as well.
Within the white power movement, the Oklahoma City bombing stands as the culmination of decades of organizing.
This was the incident that these groups have been waiting for to start what they consider a war. They consider McVeigh a soldier in the war.
He was trying to call people to arms and to provoke a race war that would unseat the federal government and create an all-white ethno-state. It's meant to be a battle strike.
McVeigh engaged in lengthy preparations.
He subscribed to white power newspapers. He read up on other white power groups, including the Order.
The Order is militantly anti-government and anti-Semitic, and its members have been linked to armored car robberies in Seattle, Washington, and Ukiah, California.
The Order was a white terrorist group that was interested in perpetuating a war on the government and bringing about race war.
Situated just a few miles from suburban lawns, the Aryan Nations compound in Hayden Lake, Idaho, was once the epicenter of the white power movement.
They would light crosses and swastikas. It was the base of operations for groups like the Order that went out to carry out violent activism across the country.
And it was here, at a crucial meeting in 1983, where the white power movement declared war on the U.S. government and gave birth to its deadliest strategy yet: leaderless resistance.
Leaderless resistance, which is what we would now think of as cell-style terror. It's the idea that if one cell goes down, it doesn't take down the entire organization.
And McVeigh insisted he was the sole attacker in Oklahoma.
When McVeigh says he acts alone, what he is doing is attempting to obscure the movement that he has become a soldier for. And what that action does is obscure society's ability to see the broader movement and to reckon with it.
In the lead-up to the Oklahoma City bombing, white power frustrations had reached a fever pitch, beginning with a 1992 mountaintop showdown that began over an illegal firearms investigation.
Randy Weaver has told friends all he wants is to be left alone. But with the sudden appearance of military hardware like this, his one-man stand against the law is suddenly taking on the appearance of a full-blown war.
At Ruby Ridge, federal sharpshooters opened fire on a family of white power activists.
The violent standoff resulted in the deaths of a U.S. Marshal, Randy Weaver's wife, and their 14-year-old son.
An 11-day siege leaves a mother and son dead, shot by federal agents.
A year later, federal agents tried to raid a cult compound outside Waco, Texas, in connection with an investigation into illegal guns.
4 agents with the Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms Agency are dead, and 15 wounded in a shootout at the headquarters of the Branch Davidian sect.
It's believed about 70 people are still in the compound, including children. The Davidians are heavily armed. A former member of the sect says Vernon Howell, who calls himself David Karish, has their undying support.
After a 51-day standoff, federal agents eventually moved in with tanks to end the siege, culminating in a massive fire and the deaths of 76, including 25 children.
Someone back up now! No! We got a ceasefire here!
Just about everything that could have gone wrong in this bizarre tale has.
White supremacists and anti-government militias seized on the federal raid at the Branch Davidian compound at Waco as a rallying cry, even though the Davidians themselves were integrated and did not subscribe to a racist ideology.
Ruby Ridge and Waco, these are certainly not the first time that paramilitary policing was used on American civilians. But Ruby Ridge and Waco are important to this movement because it's the first time it impacts white people.
The deadly events at Waco took place precisely 2 years to the day before the Oklahoma City bombing.
Ruby Ridge and Waco were calls to arms for the white power movement.
McVeigh was among those who answered the call.
That was the final blow in his mind. And so he allowed himself to become convinced that the government was the enemy.
The rules of engagement, if not written down, are defined by the actions of an aggressor, okay? Now, what rules of engagement would you interpret in examining Ruby Ridge and Waco? Kids are fair game, women are fair game. See? Waco started this war. Hopefully Oklahoma would end it.
Timothy McVeigh was convicted of the Oklahoma City bombing and executed on June 11th, 2001.
It is absolutely sad and tragic that Most of us knew very little about the development of the movement in which Timothy McVeigh was embedded. We didn't know how far the tentacles reached.
But it turns out there were warnings that something like this could happen.
6 months prior to the bombing in Oklahoma City, the Southern Poverty Law Center sent a letter to then Attorney General Janet Reno, and we talked about what we were seeing in terms of the threat from the anti-government movement. We just saw more and more of this kind of thing happening on the ground.
President, will this prompt the United States or the government to take a new and a tougher look at the white supremacist groups, the hate groups, the militias? Is this going to trigger any kind of crackdown?
Let me say that we need to finish this investigation now.
At the time, I don't really think that there was an understanding of how much of a threat we were dealing with within our own country.
And it has never been taken as seriously as it needs to be taken.
The working street agents of the FBI who were assigned to these types of cases understood the potential violence that these groups could engage in, and were very frustrated that their efforts to open investigations were often stifled at headquarters.
We had all of these internal controls that were being placed on our ability to really develop intelligence. So we backed away, and then we even backed away further.
And then something strange happened. The white power movement went seemingly quiet.
Initially, after the bombing, I think most of the groups kind of went underground as quietly as they could.
Clearly, they didn't go away because they came back, but we didn't yet know how big of a problem it was.
We will guide you through it all tonight. We have made it through another week together.
Give me a big hug,
We tell all our patients how much they're loved. We hold their hands.
David, we're showing our love and support for all the ICU staff.
They're the heroes in this.
Now, when it matters most, the straightforward facts. ABC News is America's #1 news. #1 in the morning, #1 in the evening, with America's most watched newscast. #1 in late night versus the competition. The #1 news magazine on Friday nights. #1 in politics across this historic election versus the competition. The #1 daytime talk show. And #1 in streaming news. ABC News is America's #1 news.
The world may feel out of your control, but your happiness doesn't have to be. Learn the secrets to happiness. Listen to the 10% Happier podcast, free on Apple Podcasts.
ABC News, honored winner for the second straight year with the Edward R. Murrow Award for Overall Excellence in Television. ABC News, America's #1 news source.
This is GMA3, what you need to know. GMA3.
A third hour of Good Morning America in the afternoon.
It's all about you. Lunchtime on ABC.
The reality is our country can collapse from within.
You see the white power movement on the march. Klansmen and neo-Nazis, skinheads, it's meant to incite war.
From the KKK to Oklahoma City to Charlottesville, the new documentary event special.
We just need to start talking about race.
Homegrown hate, the war among us.
This is a real wake-up call.
Streaming now on ABC News Live.
Friday nights, 9/8 Central. True crime, cinematic, real-life drama, stunning, the unthinkable. Follow the clues. The Hunt. True crime. 2020. Friday nights, 9/8 Central on ABC.
The most powerful stories of our time, anytime. Nightline.
Most of my experiences with my dad were pretty awful.
Today, Kelvin Pierce spends a lot of time at his own cabin in the woods, reflecting on his past.
I was a freshman in high school, I remember seeing a lot of my classmates come to school wearing their football jerseys on game day. And I just wanted to do that so bad. I wanted to join that team. So I approached my mom and dad, and I couldn't even get halfway through my question before, no, you cannot do that. And I'm like, why? Because you'll have to shower with blacks. I will not allow that. And he didn't use the word blacks.
And at the hands of his father, Kelvin says he endured both emotional and physical abuse.
It was an electric razor cord or a belt or a 2x4, or he really liked to use a metal coat hanger. He would order me to remove all of my clothes, and then he would just proceed to wail away at me.
But for Kelvin Pierce, growing up the child of one of the nation's most infamous white supremacists was also quite complicated.
Even though I hated my dad and I was afraid of him, I pretty much believed what he taught me. I mean, I actually believed when I was a kid that black people were subhuman, that they weren't human beings.
To the white power movement, violence is a means to an end, something that Kelvin Pierce says was ingrained in his upbringing.
I remember fantasizing about going into Washington, D.C. and standing on a street corner holding a machine gun and mowing down black people with that machine gun, because then my dad would have been proud of me. And I would be taking my revenge out on the people who I felt were responsible for my dad being the way he was.
But as a college student at Virginia Tech, Kelvin began asking questions, and he started with his infamous father.
To ask him point blank, you know, Dad, why did you do this? And the only answer he could give me was, I did the only responsible thing I could do. So he didn't see it as a darkness. What he saw it was, in his mind, was a true threat to what he considered was his kind, his race.
That answer was not enough for Kelvin.
Well, I learned that I did not need to attach myself and my self-worth to all of the fearful and hateful thoughts that were continually running through my mind, and that I had a different choice.
As the years went on, Kelvin fell out of touch with his father, who had left the family and moved permanently to his West Virginia compound. At the same time, across the country,
maximum violence upon them.
The white power movement, far from the spotlight of authorities, continued to add followers.
This is a convention of bigots. They call it the 1986 World Aryan Congress.
Mr. McVeigh! Mr. McVeigh!
The 90s was kind of a heyday with Timothy McVeigh and Ruby Ridge and the militias of the. It was kind of the last time that we seem to, as a country, really grapple with this right-wing extremism.
And as the years passed, officials would face another battle on the home front.
This is a difficult moment for America. Today, we've had a national tragedy.
There is chaos in New York at the moment. Both trade towers now, these 110-story high towers, have now been hit.
9/11 happened, and our focus shifted overseas.
We took our eyes off the ball in terms of the threat from domestic terrorism.
But while white power compounds across the country appeared nearly deserted, experts warn otherwise.
One shouldn't think that the movement is dead because the compound is empty, just that they have found other places from which to wage war.
Indeed, behind the scenes, white supremacist groups were actually organizing and gaining strength.
This movement opportunistically relocated to other places.
I
Barack Hussein Obama, do solemnly swear.
By 2008, the election of America's first black president brought on a surge of white power activism.
I believe that there were so many people in our country that were so outraged by the fact that we had a black man as a president, and that it didn't fit their image of what a black man was.
White power activists spent the years after Obama's election connecting with a powerful tool, the internet.
These are activists who have been online since the early 1980s.
We've been on the internet for a long time. And from the very beginning, my idea has been that what we need to do is build a multimedia communications infrastructure.
But there really is an acceleration now, and there really is a capacity to recruit and radicalize people without ever meeting them in real life.
Police say Dylan Roof walked into that Charleston church with a premeditated plan to kill.
So the classic example there is Dylan Roof.
In 2015, Roof murdered 9 black parishioners in Charleston, South Carolina.
This morning, the 21-year-old who reportedly wanted to start a race war and is accused of murdering a black Bible group is facing the inside of a cold jail.
I had to do it because nobody else is going to do it. There's no skinheads left. There's no KKK.
Well, let me back up. Would you consider yourself a white supremacist?
I do consider myself a white supremacist, sure. White people are superior.
Dylan Roof seems not to have had much contact with other people in the movement in real life, but was radicalized online.
The reaction to Obama's presidency and what happened after that tells us that we're not post-racial and that many people did not appreciate the fact that he had gotten elected as president. So his election was not a symbol that we had solved the race problem.
I will do my best to bring people together, not pull them apart.
Honestly, places like Afghanistan are safer than some of our inner cities.
By the 2016 election cycle,
You are the most dangerous person to run for president in the modern history of America.
Crooked Hillary. She's crooked.
animosity was at an all-time high.
We all became more aware of hate crimes, more aware of civil unrest during the campaign season, and it was difficult to put your finger on if this was a growing trend.
But then,
Charlottesville then happened in August of 2017. And for many of us, it was a huge wake-up moment.
The racists literally showed up. These people felt very comfortable being out in the open, in the light of day, to push their hatred.
You look at Charlottesville and see the white power movement on the march.
Like a monster that went into hibernation, and this was evidence that the monster has come out. Torches and singing the tune that they were singing, "You Will Not Replace Us." That immediately transported me back to my childhood and to my father and to everything that he believed in and everything that he was trying to accomplish.
When President Trump addressed Charlottesville, behind the scenes, counterterrorism officials were getting anxious.
We were just hoping that he wouldn't get in the way of it. Instead, we got even a worse scenario.
You also had people that were very fine people on both sides.
The one thing the president could do is tell his, biggest supporters, tell them, don't take matters into your own hands. Do not be a vigilante. But he doesn't do that.
If there are people in leadership positions who try to motivate people through that hate, what we're doing is we're planting the seeds of homegrown violence within our own country.
After Charlottesville, the counterterrorism team at the Department of Homeland Security attempted to shift their focus to the threat posed by the white power movements by proposing increased data collection and upping the threat level designation.
add it to the national security strategy, add it to the national counterterrorism strategy. We offered a number of ways in which to prioritize this, and we were rebuffed multiple times over the course of 2018.
In a statement to ABC News responding to these claims, the White House said, contrary to these meritless allegations, there is nothing more important to this president than protecting the U.S. from all threats, both foreign and domestic, and he has repeatedly taken strong actions to keep America safe. But Elizabeth Newman, who left her post and is now part of a group of former administration officials campaigning against President Trump, says the White House refused to tackle the issue head-on.
This president seemed to not want to hear that we have a problem with white supremacy in this country. And that lack of clarity of what the threat is coming from the top, I think has allowed it to spread and metastasize.
It's a cancer in the fabric of this country that every once in a while becomes more benign, but still remains a cancer.
A short time ago, we were dispatched to active gunfire at the Tree of Life Synagogue in Squirrel Hill.
2018 and 2019 saw a historic increase in white power violence.
Breaking news, we are learning more about the synagogue massacre.
With the deadliest attacks against both Jewish and Latino communities in American history taking place. 11 people murdered at the Tree of Life Synagogue in Pittsburgh.
Shoppers at the Cielo Vista Mall and Walmart running for their lives as those gunshots rang out.
And 23 gunned down at an El Paso Walmart.
Multiple fatalities.
Hate has no place in our country, and we're going to take care of it.
After El Paso happened, there was a lot of appropriate activity at the White House where they were examining what policy changes might need to occur.
If we are able to pass great legislation after all of these years, we will ensure that those who were attacked will not have died in vain.
With the White House now on board, Newman and her team revived their earlier plans to prioritize white power threats, now a #1 threat.
We've had more attacks, more deaths from right-wing extremist violence than from any other type of threat, including radical Islamist jihadism.
But along the way, she says she received an unusual request by the White House.
They directed me that your prevention plan is good, we want to support it. We can't talk about it in the framing of domestic terror. We need to talk about this in terms like violence prevention. The message was clear that we couldn't talk about domestic terrorism at the White House.
Now, when it matters most, the straightforward facts. ABC News is America's #1 news. #1 in the morning, #1 in the evening, with America's most watched newscast. #1 in late night versus the competition. The #1 news magazine on Friday nights. #1 in politics across this historic election versus the competition. The #1 daytime talk show. And #1 in streaming news. ABC News is America's #1 news.
The most powerful stories of our time, anytime. Nightline.
Friday nights, 9/8 Central. True crime, cinematic, real-life drama, stunning, the unthinkable. Follow the clues. The Hunt. True crime. 2020. Friday nights, 9/8 Central on ABC.
There's nobody that has not been touched by this pandemic.
It's tough right now because, we're struggling.
We have serious demand issues.
For the first time ever, we have to have each other's backs.
I see color. Here we go.
We're all in this together, and we have to make this work.
Well done, Spurs. This is all we got.
Wicked Tuna. New season Sunday, February 21st at 9 on National Geographic.
Admit it. These days, what you need to know
seems to change just about every day.
What is it that you really want to know, need to know?
To help you not just get through your day,
but to make the most of it. Feel smarter.
Feel better.
Feel happier.
Well, how about a third hour of Good Morning America in the afternoon?
GMA 3, what you need to know. Lunchtime at 1 Eastern, 12 Central and Pacific on ABC. It's all about you.
I know what happened, and I'm not guilty.
Why the fascination with criminal trials? Figure out what's really out there.
which revealed she had murdered his family.
I know in my heart they did this.
It's the time of suspicion.
The ending's really tough.
You don't know whether truth is going to be difficult to find unless you try to find it.
The reality is our country can collapse from within.
You see the white power movement on the march. Klansmen and neo-Nazis, skinheads, it's meant to incite war.
From the KKK to Oklahoma City to Charlottesville, the new documentary event special.
We just need to start talking about race.
Homegrown Hate, the war among us.
This is a real wake-up call.
Streaming now on ABC News Live.
But a joint session of Congress is convening today to certify the results of the presidential election. Tensions running hot.
Media will not show the magnitude of this crowd. We have hundreds of thousands of people here, and I just want them to be recognized by the fake news media. Turn your cameras,
for weeks,
please.
President Trump had been summoning people to Washington for the January 6th rally. He said, be wild. It's going to be wild.
You saw him address his supporters, making it clear that he will not concede.
There were lots of warning signs. Various groups, fringe groups, were talking about show up in Washington, make your voice known, don't let them steal the election.
Nobody knows what the hell is going on. There's never been anything like this. We will not let them silence your voices. We're not going to let it happen.
It started very much like a Trump rally. It started with the president's supporters gathered together. It has a lot of enthusiasm. So you felt that support. You felt the enthusiasm.
I know that everyone here will soon be marching over to the Capitol building to peacefully and patriotically make your voices heard.
But not too long after all of those people marched from the White House over to the United States Capitol, did things start to really take a turn. And when it did, it was absolute chaos. I remember looking up and seeing people scale the scaffolding, climbing the steps of the United States Capitol, and then moments later, people were bashing in windows, crawling through them. They stormed the Capitol from all sides.
Thousands storming the Capitol after a rally with President Trump, during which he urged them to march on the Capitol, where a joint session of Congress was debating and working to certify the election as our democracy dictates. Instead, they were halted by protesters who smashed through the doors, broke their way into the Capitol, making it to the Senate chamber, and throughout the Capitol, overwhelming police.
Unbelievable, sickening, catastrophic. Leaders of the free world hold up, scared for their life, wondering if someone's going to be able to break the door down. There were people who were carrying Confederate flags. There were people who had T-shirts on suggesting an affinity for Nazism. We saw people bring a noose, indicating that, they wanted to intimidate people of color.
A gallows that had been erected on the mall, and the angle of the photograph in the noose was the dome of the Capitol. And that's when you knew that these people were serious.
This is an ABC News special report. The second impeachment of former President Donald J. Trump.
The attack, they will show how he continued to stoke the insurrection and refused to speak out against the violence or do anything to stop it. Mr. Cicilline.
Mr. President, distinguished senators, you just heard from my colleagues about the harrowing events that happened here at the Capitol on January 6th and saw that very disturbing video. I'd now like to turn your attention to what was happening on the other end of Pennsylvania Avenue at the White House. And the truth is, the facts are that on January 6th, Donald Trump did not once condemn this attack. He did not once condemn the attackers. In fact, on January 6th, the only person he condemned was his own vice president, Mike Pence, who was hiding in this building with his family in fear for his life. In the first crucial hours of this violent attack, he did nothing to stop it, nothing to help us. By all accounts, from the people that were around him, he was delighted. And here's the last thing Donald Trump said that day. And you might remember this from my motions presentation earlier in the week. At 6 p.m. on January 6th, after all the destruction that you just saw, the Capitol Police and the National Guard fighting to secure this building, here's what Donald Trump tweeted. These are the things and events that happen when a sacred landslide election victory is so unceremoniously and viciously stripped away from great patriots who have been badly and unfairly treated for so long. Go home with love and in peace. Remember this day forever. He got what he incited, and according to Donald Trump, we got what we deserved. Donald Trump's incitement of this insurrection, including his dereliction of his duty as commander-in-chief to defend the Capitol and the people in it, his complete refusal to condemn the attack while it was going on, and his continued incitement of the violence during the attack require impeachment. Now let's turn to then President Trump's conduct that day. I want to start at the beginning when he addressed his thousands of great patriots, as he called them that morning. Around noon, Donald Trump began speaking at his rally just down Pennsylvania Avenue. Even before Donald Trump finished speaking, his supporters began to walk down toward the Capitol, and they were already starting to chant, "Stop the steal, storm the Capitol, invade the Capitol, fight for Trump." And by 12:53 p.m., they had violently forced their way through the barricades here at the Capitol. Now, about 1 o'clock that day, with this chaos just starting, Speaker Pelosi, as the Constitution requires, formally commenced the process by which this chamber certifies the election results. Within 10 minutes, at 1:11 p.m., as if almost on cue, Donald Trump concluded his speech with his final reminder to the thousands gathered there that it was time to go to the Capitol. Let's watch.
And we're going to the Capitol, and we're going to try and give, but we're going to try and give our Republicans, the weak ones, because the strong ones don't need any of our help. We're going to try and give them the kind of pride and boldness that they need to take back our country. So let's walk down Pennsylvania Avenue. I want to thank you all. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you all for being here. This is incredible. Thank you very much.
Now, you've seen what happened when these supporters, following his orders, arrived here at the Capitol. But I want to look at what happened next. Now, you'll recall during the speech, President Trump said, we're going to the Capitol, sort of suggesting that he was going to go with this crowd. Of course, that was not true. But let's hear what he said.
Now it is up to Congress to confront this egregious assault on our democracy. And after this, we're going to walk down, and I'll be there with you. We're going to walk down. We're going to walk down anyone you want, but I think right here, we're going to walk down to the Capitol.
This, of course, was not true. He did not go with him to the Capitol. He left and went back to the White House. And while he was en route to the White House, violence really began to grow here at the Capitol. And within minutes of Donald Trump's speech ending, there were significant reports of escalating violence that began to surface. Buildings around the Capitol were starting to be evacuated. And by 1:15, an explosive device had been found at the DNC. A pipe bomb had been found at the RNC about 15 minutes earlier. The House Sergeant at Arms had called for immediate assistance. At 1:34 p.m., the mayor of Washington, D.C. called for additional National Guard troops. I won't go through all of the details of the violence that unfolded here. You just saw that. But as we walk through what our commander-in-chief did that day, I want to be very clear about exactly what was happening here at the same time. For 40 minutes, while buildings were being cleared, pipe bombs were being found, his supporters were literally breaching the perimeter of the Capitol and overwhelming law enforcement, and you saw the violence that was occurring. We heard nothing from the President of the United States. We didn't hear anything from Donald Trump until 1:49 p.m., when while all of this is unfolding, President Trump sent out a tweet. This was the first thing he did when he learned the United States Capitol, with all the members of Congress, his own vice president, was under violent attack. And what was that tweet? Nearly an hour after the rioters breached the Capitol perimeter, at 1:49, Donald Trump released a propaganda reel of his Save America speech that he'd given an hour before. I want to be clear. The events I just described, the rioters are breaching the Capitol, attacking law enforcement. The violence is being broadcast all over the television for the whole world to see, including the President of the United States. And I want to show you, this is what is happening right before Donald Trump sends that video out again, and as he does it.
Our country has had enough. We will not take it anymore, and that's what this is all about. And to use a favorite term that all of you people really came up with, we will stop the steal. Because you'll never take back our country with weakness. You have to show strength, and you have to be strong.
Even if President Trump claims he didn't know the extent of the violence that would follow his speech, it was now happening in plain view, broadcast on television. His supporters were attacking law enforcement. The mayor and the police chief were calling for help. Members of Congress and the vice president were inside, scared for their lives. And he doesn't send help, doesn't try to stop it, doesn't even acknowledge the attack. Instead, our commander-in-chief tweeted the video of the speech that he'd given before that included language like, "Our country has had enough, we will not take it anymore, and that's what this is all about. You have to be strong." Those around Donald Trump, as was later reported, were disgusted. His close aides, his advisors, those working for him, former officials, even his family were begging him to do something. Kellyanne Conway, the president's close advisor, called to, quote, add her name to the chorus of aides urging Donald Trump to take action. Ivanka Trump, the president's own daughter, went to the Oval Office as soon as the rioting escalated and was, as confirmed by Senator Graham, quote, trying to get Trump to speak out, to tell everyone to leave, end quote. Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy called Jared Kushner, pleading with him to persuade Trump to issue a statement or to do something. And Kushner, too, went down to the White House after that call. And it wasn't just the people at the White House. Members of Congress from both parties who were trapped here were calling the White House to ask for help. Some members even appealed directly to Donald Trump. These members who had, quote, been loyal Trump supporters and were even willing to vote against the Electoral College results were now scared for their lives. Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy repeatedly even got into a screaming match as the attack was underway, demanding that Trump do something, issue a statement denouncing the mob. I imagine many of you sitting here today picked up your phone and tried to reach somebody at the White House to ask for help. This wasn't partisan politics. These were Americans from all sides trying to force our commander-in-chief to protect and defend our country. He was required to do that. Now, the extent of how many people tried to reach the president to get him to act is not known. But what is clear, what we know without any doubt, is that from the very beginning, the people around Donald Trump lobbied him to take command. What's also clear is what Donald Trump, our commander-in-chief, did in those initial hours to protect us. Nothing. Not a thing. He knew it was happening. The attack was on TV. We all know that President Trump had the power to stop these attacks. He was our commander-in-chief. He had the power to assess the security situation, send backup, send help. He also had incited this violent attack. They were listening to him. He could have commanded them to leave. But he didn't. The first critical hour and a half of this bloody attack, Donald Trump tweeted his rally speech and did nothing else. And we know why. We know his state of mind that prompted his utter, complete refusal to defend us. It was reported by those around him. The president, as reported by sources, at the time was delighted. As he watched the violence unfold on television, President Trump was reportedly, and I quote, borderline enthusiastic because it meant the certification was being derailed, end quote. Senator Ben Sasse related a conversation with senior White House officials that President Trump was, quote, walking around the White House, confused about why other people on his team weren't as excited as he was, end quote. Trump's reaction to this attack reportedly genuinely freaked people out. I understand why. We just suffered a very serious attack on our country. And we saw it, and the people around him knew it. But when Donald Trump saw it, he was delighted. Now, what President Trump did next confirms why he was so delighted, why he wanted this. Because it shows that his singular focus that day, the day we were attacked, was not protecting us, was not protecting you, was not protecting the Capitol. It was stopping the certification of the election results. The evidence is clear. Shortly after 2 p.m., as the siege was fully underway, then President Trump made a call. This is the first call that we are aware he made to anyone inside the Capitol during the attack. Didn't call the vice president to ask how he could help defend the Capitol. Didn't call the next two in line to the succession of the presidency to check on their safety or well-being. Instead, he attempted to call Senator Tuberville. He dialed Senator Lee by accident. As Senator Lee describes it, he had just ended a prayer with his colleagues here in the Senate chamber, and the phone rang. It was Donald Trump. And how Senator Lee explains it is that the phone call goes something like this. Hey, Tommy, Trump asks, and Senator Lee says, this isn't Tommy, and he hands the phone to Senator Tuberville. Senator Lee then confirmed that he stood by as Senator Tuberville and President Trump spoke on the phone. And on that call, Donald Trump reportedly asked Senator Tuberville to make additional objections to the certification process. That's why he called. Now, let's be clear, at roughly 2 p.m., when Donald Trump was walking around the White House, watching the TV delighted, and spent 5 to 10 minutes talking to Senator Tuberville, urging him to delay the election results. This is what was happening in the Capitol.
We'll pause.
Protesters are in the building.
Thank you.
You saw Senator Langford stop speaking and leave the floor quickly in that clip because the insurgents had broken through the barricades and had entered the building. And as these armed insurrectionists banged on the doors, members of Congress were told to put on their gas masks, to put bags over their heads for safety and prepare to evacuate. And Donald Trump was calling to ask a senator to delay the certification process. Let that sink in. Donald Trump didn't get to finish that call. It was cut off because the senators had to move to another location for your security. And thank God they did, because as the call was occurring, the rioters got closer to the Senate chambers. And as we all know now, but for the heroism of Capitol Police Officer Eugene Goodman and other law enforcement officers who took them in a different direction to the police line, they very likely would have gotten here. Think about that. Armed insurrectionists with guns, weapons, zip ties, brass knuckles, they were coming for us. They were inside the United States Capitol, trying to stop the certification process. The police were outnumbered, and but for the grace of God, they would have gotten us, all of us. And our commander-in-chief makes a call about an hour after the siege began, not to preserve, protect, and defend you and our country and the Capitol, but to join forces with the mob and pressure a senator to stop certification. We just can't get numb to this kind of behavior. There can be no doubt as to the purpose of Donald Trump's call, that he was not calling to assess the security threats or to check on the well-being of you or anyone else. Indeed, later on that evening, while all of the destruction and damage still continued, dozens of officers were being treated for serious injuries. Deaths were confirmed. About 7 p.m., the president's personal lawyer, Rudy Giuliani, made a call. And just in case you don't think there was some coordination, he also called Senator Lee's phone trying to reach Senator Tuberville. We don't have to guess as to what Rudy Giuliani said in that voicemail because we have it recorded. So let's listen to what the president's personal lawyer said on the night of this attack.
Senator Tuberville, or I should say Coach Tuberville, this is Rudy Giuliani, president's lawyer. I'm calling you because I want to discuss with you how they're trying to rush this hearing and how we need you, our Republican friends, to try to just slow it down.
This was the singular focus of Donald Trump during this bloody, violent attack on the Capitol, stopping the certification. Look, as I mentioned, I was a trial lawyer for 16 years. Sometimes you have to ask a jury to use reasonable inferences to piece together a defendant's state of mind. We don't have to do this here. While our country was violently attacked by an armed mob, President Trump not only refused to stop the attack or even address the attack at all, he made clear his focus was the same goal of the attackers he had incited: to stop the certification process and prevent the peaceful transition of power. The only action we know that he took an hour into this attack was to call Senator Tuberville to ask him to delay the certification. This is as clear evidence as I have ever seen of what Donald Trump really cared about that day. Now look, the certification process, as we all know, includes debate and objections, Some of us disagreed, but we came here on January 6th to formally administer the certification process pursuant to our constitutional duties. And at the end of it, Congress certified the results to ensure that we continue to be a country with leaders who are elected by the people, for the people. Donald Trump's objection to the certification are not on trial. But what is on trial is while we were under armed attack and being evacuated, while our law enforcement officers were fighting for their lives, our commander-in-chief was calling not to determine how to best secure the building and the people in it, but to continue to pressure senators to stop the certification process and the peaceful transfer of power. Just as he incited the mob to do earlier in the day. This was a breathtaking dereliction of his duty and of his violation of his oath as our commander-in-chief. Senators, before I hand this over to Manager Castro to walk through the rest of the day, please let me make one final point. These attackers stood right where you are. They went on that rostrum. They rifled through your desks and they desecrated this place. And literally, the president sat delighted, doing nothing to help us, calling one of you to pressure you to stop the certification. It can't be that the commander-in-chief can incite a lawless, bloody insurrection and then utterly fail in his duty as commander-in-chief to defend us from the attack, to defend our law enforcement officers from that attack, and just get away with it. Donald Trump abdicated his duty to us all. We have to make this right, and you can make it right.
My fellow manager, David Cicilline, showed you what President Trump did and did not do in those first critical hours of the attack. He sent a tweet at 1:49 p.m. where he reposted a video of the speech that incited the attack. And he called a senator to ask him to delay the certification as the senator was being evacuated for his own safety. We left off around 2:15 p.m. At this point, insurgents were inside the Senate and the House, and the Senate had been evacuated for everyone's safety. And as you saw, Vice President Mike Pence and his family even had to be evacuated for their safety. Now, you'll recall, Donald Trump had made Vice President Pence a target. He attacked the vice president at the rallies, in speeches, and on Twitter. And during President Trump's speech that morning of the attack, he ramped it up again. After privately pressuring Mike Pence in front of thousands in the crowd, he called Mike Pence out 11 times, including saying, quote, "Mike Pence, I hope you're going to stand up for the good of our Constitution and for the good of your country. And if you're not, I'm going to be disappointed in you. I will tell you right now." And this was the crowd's response to Donald Trump's days of relentless attacks on his own vice president. By 2:15 p.m., the crowd was chanting in unison, "Hang Mike Pence," outside the very building he'd been evacuated from with his family. Now, even if President Trump didn't know that his inflammatory remarks about his vice president would result in chance of hang Mike Pence, by 2:15 p.m., he surely knew. The attack was all over television. They were doing this out in the open. This was a vice president whose life, whose family's life, was being threatened by people whom the president had summoned to the Capitol. And what did President Trump do in response? Did he stop? Did he tell his base, no, don't attack my vice president? Even when President Trump knew what his words were causing, he didn't do any of those things to stop the crowd. In fact, he did the opposite. He fueled the fire. At 2:24 p.m., he tweeted, quote, Mike Pence didn't have the courage to do what should have been done to protect our country and our Constitution. USA demands the truth. Over an hour and a half into the attack, and this is what he tweeted. And he still, even at this point, did not acknowledge the attack on the Capitol, let alone condemn it. Instead, he further incites the mob against his own vice president, whose life was being threatened. Well, some of you may say, well, who was paying attention anyway? Well, that mob was paying attention.
Mike Pence didn't have the courage to do what should have been done to protect our country and our Constitution, giving states a chance to certify a corrected set of facts, not the fraudulent or inaccurate ones which they were asked to previously certify. The U.S. demands the truth.
Mike Pence is a bitch! Mike Pence is a bitch!
Can I speak to Pelosi? Yeah, we're coming, bitch! Oh, Mike Pence, we're coming for you too, fucking traitor!
Donald J. Trump sent a tweet out saying that Mike Pence let us down. Mike Pence let us down, people. If you want to get something done, you're going to have to do it yourself.
The insurgents amplified President Trump's tweet attacking the vice president with a bullhorn. They were paying attention. And they also followed instructions. In fact, the insurgents were at one point, as you saw, 60 feet away from the vice president and the vice president's family. Some of these insurgents were heard saying, quote, that they hope to find Vice President Mike Pence and execute him by hanging him from a Capitol Hill tree as a traitor. And then they erected a gallows with a noose. This is what Donald Trump incited. Please take a close look at that picture. It harkens back to our nation's worst history of lynching. A president's words have the power to move people to action. These were the results. And why did the president incite such rage against the vice president? He was fulfilling his constitutional duty, as we all were that day. Vice presidents in this country have been carrying out this constitutional duty, overseeing the certification of the election results without incident, without contest, without a word, for the entirety of our nation. It's part of our peaceful transition of power in the United States. And the Vice President said he reviewed the Constitution and he could not block certification as President Trump wanted him and was pressuring him to do. He told the President in a letter that morning, a few hours before President Trump's tweet, quote, "I will approach this moment with a sense of duty and an open mind, setting politics and personal interests aside, and do my part to faithfully discharge my duties, our duties, under the Constitution. I also pray that we will do so with humility and faith." And the President's response to that statement was to attack Mike Pence while he was with his family under the threat of a violent mob. The Vice President was following his faith, his duty, and his oath to our nation. And the Vice President and I don't agree on too much in politics, but he's a man who upholds his oath, his faith, his duty, and most of all, upholds the Constitution. And Mike Pence is not a traitor to this country. He's a patriot. And he and his family, who was with him that day, didn't deserve this. Didn't deserve a president unleashing a mob on them, especially because he was just doing his job. As this was unfolding and the crowd grew more violent, the president, of course, was not alone at the White House. And the people closest to him, his family and advisors who saw this unfolding in real time, begged him, implored him to stop the attack. An aide to Mark Meadows, the president's chief of staff, urged his boss to go see the president, saying, quote, "They are going to kill people. They're going to kill people." That's what those around President Trump feared. And still, nothing. It wasn't until 2:38 p.m., nearly 2 hours after the start of the siege, that Donald Trump even acknowledged the attack. And when he finally did acknowledge the attack, here's what he said. On the right, you'll see what had been happening prior to that tweet and as he sent the tweet. And on the left, you'll see exactly what he tweeted.
I'm going to stop you there for just one moment because we do have some breaking news. We want to bring in congressional correspondent Chad Pergram as this is just all developing right now. Chad, I understand the Capitol is now on lockdown.
They're definitely fired up. The chant, by the way, I heard the most today was "Fight for Trump," and that's clearly what many of them feel they're doing here.
That's what our president saw unfolding in real time, broadcast all over television. And this is what he tweeted at 2:38 p.m. Quote, "Please support our Capitol Police and law enforcement. They're truly on the side of our country. Stay peaceful." And much has been made of the fact that in this tweet, he says, "Stay peaceful." Senators, stay peaceful? Think about that for a second. These folks were not peaceful. They were breaking windows, pushing through law enforcement officers, waving the flag as they invaded this Capitol building. This was a violent, armed attack. Stay peaceful? How about stop the attack? Stop the violence. Stay peaceful? How about you say immediately leave? Stop. And he said, please support our law enforcement. How about he actually support our law enforcement by telling these insurgents to leave the Capitol immediately, which he never did. He didn't. Because the truth is, he didn't want it to stop. He wanted them to stay and to stop the certification. And his failure had grave and deadly consequences. By 2:45 p.m., the warnings were tragically proven correct. Ashley Babbitt was shot by an officer as she tried to break through a glass door to reach the Speaker's lobby. At this point, the pleas to Donald Trump, publicly and privately, grew even more desperate. At 2:54 p.m., Alyssa Farah, a former strategic communications director, begged the president, quote, condemn this now. You're the only one they will listen to for our country. Former chief of staff, his right-hand man at one point, tweeted at 3:01, the president's tweet is not enough. He can stop this now and needs to do exactly that. Tell these folks to go home. He can stop this now. Tell these folks to go home. 3:06 p.m., Rep. McCarthy appeared on Fox News. Here's what he said.
I could not be sadder or more disappointed with the way our country looks at this very moment. People are getting hurt. Anyone involved in this, if you're hearing me, hear me very loud and clear. This is not the American way.
He's saying on Fox News, which the president watches, this is not the American way. Stop the attack. Representative Gallagher at 3:11 p.m., while secured in his own office, posted a video to Twitter.
Mr. President, you have got to stop this. You are the only person who can call this off. Call it off.
And then, when the president didn't answer his pleas on Twitter, Representative Gallagher went on live television.
I mean, this is insane. I mean, I've not seen anything like this since I deployed to Iraq in 2007 and 2008. I mean, this is America, and this is what's happening right now. The president needs to call it off. Like, call it off. Call it off.
Representative Gallagher, you see there, said he'd not seen anything like this since he was deployed in Iraq. The message around the president was clear from everyone. You need to call this off. Stop it. But does he? No. His next tweet was not until about 3:13 p.m. Once again, it's important to consider what was happening between Donald Trump's 2:38 p.m. tweet and his next tweet at 3:13 p.m. You'll see footage from the attack during that time on the right and Donald Trump's tweet on the left.
We've been informed that protesters have penetrated the Capitol.
This is my fucking building. Hey, we got a fucking attitude problem over here.
I tell you, the sentiment in the streets is really getting to a different level. This is spinning out of control. This is turning violent. This is getting dangerous.
Stand up for America. Got one idea. Don't touch me, don't. Get
the fuck out This isn't 10 minutes into the insurrection. This isn't just after his speech earlier that day. That's what our commander-in-chief saw happening
And that was his response. You'll notice one of the things he says to his mob, to these insurrectionists, rather than to stop or to leave, was to say thank you. Thank you. Thank you for what? Thank you for shattering the windows and destroying property? Thank you for injuring more than 140 police officers? Thank you for putting in danger all of our lives and the lives of our families? How about instead of thank you, Donald Trump on that day acted like our commander-in-chief and stopped this as only he could and told those people to leave. And here's what former Governor Chris Christie, his very good friend, said after that tweet.
Pretty simple. The president caused this protest to occur. He's the only one who can make it stop. What the president said is not good enough. The president has to come out and tell his supporters to leave the Capitol grounds and to allow the Congress to do their business peacefully. And anything short of that is an abrogation of his responsibility.
He's right. Chris Christie is right. We know how Donald Trump acts on Twitter and otherwise when he has a message to convey. In fact, I asked you to remember those tweets earlier this morning when he yelled on Twitter, "Stop the count." When he wanted to incite his supporters to show up on January 6th, President Trump tweeted 16 times between midnight on January 5th and his noon rally speech the next day. 16 times to get them to do something he wanted. And his message in those 16 times was clear. Fight, stay strong, be strong. But when the violence started, he never once said the one thing everyone around him was begging him to say. Stop the attack. He refused to stop it. And as Governor Christie and Representative Kinzinger and others made clear, only Donald Trump could have stopped that attack.
You know, a guy that knows how to tweet very aggressively on Twitter, puts out one of the weakest statements in one of the saddest days in American history because his ego won't let him, admit defeat.
He was not just our commander-in-chief, he had incited the attack. The insurgents were following his commands. And we saw when they read aloud this tweet, attacking the vice president. And they confirmed this during the attack, too.
We're outnumbered. There's a fucking million of us out there, and we are listening to Trump. You're the boss.
Senators, ask yourself this. How easy would it have been for the president to give a simple command, a simple instruction, just telling them, stop, leave? This was a dereliction of duty, plain and simple. And it would have been for any president who had done that. And that brings me to my next point. You heard from my colleagues that when planning this attack, the insurgents predicted that Donald Trump would command the National Guard to help them. And there's a lot that we don't know yet about what happened that day. But here's what we do know. Donald Trump did not send help to these officers who were badly outnumbered, overwhelmed, and being beaten down. 2 hours into the insurrection, by 3 p.m., President Trump had not deployed the National Guard or any other law enforcement to help, despite multiple pleased to do so. President Donald Trump was at the time our Commander-in-Chief of the United States of America. He took a solemn oath to preserve, protect, and defend this country, and he failed to uphold that oath. In fact, there's no indication that President Trump ever made a call to have the Guard deployed or had anything to do with the Guard being deployed when it ultimately was. And shortly after 3:04 p.m., the acting defense secretary announced that the Guard had been activated and listed the people he spoke with prior to this activation, including Vice President Mike Pence, Speaker Pelosi, Leader McConnell, Senator Schumer, and Representative Hoyer. But that list did not include the president. This omission of his name was reportedly not accidental. According to reports, quote, Trump initially rebuffed requests to mobilize the National Guard and required interference by other officials, including his own White House counsel. And later, quote, as a mob of Trump supporters breached police barricades and seized the Capitol, Trump reportedly was, quote, disengaged in discussions with Pentagon leaders about deploying the National Guard to aid the overwhelmed U.S. Capitol Police. President Trump was reportedly, and I quote, completely, totally out of it. He made no attempt to reach the National Guard, and it was Vice President Pence, still under the threat for his life, who reportedly spoke to the Guard. President Trump's conduct confirms this too. At no point on January 6 did Donald Trump even reference the National Guard. The only thing that we heard connecting the president to the Guard was from his press secretary, who tweeted about the Guard being deployed at the president's direction over half an hour later at 3:36 p.m. And we have seen what Donald Trump does when he tries to take credit for something. And yet, even when the National Guard was finally deployed, he didn't even acknowledge it. In fact, he didn't say a word about the National Guard the entire day. Think about that. The bloodiest attack we've seen on our Capitol since 1812, and our president couldn't be bothered to even mention that help was on its way. These insurgents had been attacking our government for over 4 hours by that point. And we may have been the target, but it was the brave men and women who protect our Capitol who were out there combating thousands of armed insurgents in a fight for their lives. And that's who Donald Trump left entirely unprotected. And this is hard to watch, but I think it's important we understand what the Capitol Police were facing, how severely they were outnumbered, while our Commander-in-Chief, whose job it was to protect and defend them, was just watching, doing nothing for hours, refusing to send help. If he wanted to protect these officers, if he cared about their safety, as he tweeted about, he would have told his supporters to leave. He would have sent help right away. And one brave officer was killed. Others took their lives after the attack. More than 140 police officers were injured, including cracked ribs, smashed spinal discs. One officer will lose an eye. Another was stabbed with a metal fence stake. They were completely and violently overwhelmed by a mob and needed help. And our Commander-in-Chief, President Trump, refused to send it. Senators, You've seen all the evidence so far, and this is clear. On January 6th, President Trump left everyone in this Capitol for dead. For the next hour after President Trump's 3 p.m. tweet, he still did nothing. Not until 4:17 p.m., over 3.5 hours after the violence started, did our president send a message finally asking the insurgents to go home. On the right, you'll see what happened that day in the hours leading up to his pre-recorded video. On the left, you'll see his message. Let's watch.
I know your pain. I know you're hurt. We had an election that was stolen from us. It was a landslide election, and everyone knows it, especially the other side. But you have to go home now. We have to have peace. We have to have law and order. We have to respect our great people in law and order. We don't want anybody hurt. It's a very tough period of time. There's never been a time like this where such a thing happened, where they could take it away from all of us, from me, from you, from our country. This was a fraudulent election, but we can't play into the hands of these people. We have to have peace. So go home. We love you. You're very special. You've seen what happens. You see the way others are treated that are so bad and so evil. I know how you feel. But go home and go home in peace.
This is the first time our commander-in-chief spoke publicly at all since the attack began, over the 3.5 hours after it started. And these are the entirety of the words the president spoke out loud to the American people or to the attackers that entire day. Nowhere in that video, not once, did he say, I condemn this insurrection. I condemn what you did today. Nowhere did he say, I'm sending help immediately. Stop this. Here's what he said instead. I know your pain. I know you're hurt. We had an election that was stolen. Even after all the things we witnessed, even after all of that carnage, he goes out and tells the same big lie. The same big lie that enraged and incited the attack. He repeated this while the attack was ongoing and while we were still under threat. And here's what else he said. Go home in peace. We love you. You're very special. Senators, you were here. You saw this with your own eyes. You faced that danger. And when President Trump had an opportunity to confront them as the leader of us all, as our commander-in-chief, what did he tell them? We love you. You're very special. This was not a condemnation. This was a message of consolation, of support, of praise. And if there's any doubt that his supporters, these insurgents, took this as a message of support and praise, watch for yourselves.
Donald Trump asked everybody to go home. He just put out a tweet. It's a minute long. He asked everybody to go home.
Why do you think so?
Because, dude, we won the fucking day. We fucking won.
How did we win?
Well, we won by sending a message to the senators and the congressmen. We won by sending a message to Pence, okay, that if they don't do as it is their oath to do, if they don't uphold the Constitution, then we will remove them from office one way or another.
I suspect you recognize that man. You'll hear him say that we won the day. Who won the day? We know that at least 5 people lost their lives that day. The House and the Senate were in life-threatening danger, and so was the Vice President. And think of everyone else here as well. Who won on January 6th? That's not a win for America, but it is a win for Donald Trump unless we hold him accountable. Now, a little over an hour after that video, the brave members of law enforcement secured the Capitol, and we as a Congress got ready to continue certifying the results of our free and fair election. A half hour after that, President Trump issued another tweet in case there was any doubt as to whether he was happy with the people who did this, as to whether he had incited this. He commemorated what happened on January 6th. At 6:01 p.m. on January 6th, he tweeted, quote, "These are the things and events that happen when a sacred landslide election victory is so unceremoniously and viciously stripped away from great patriots who've been badly and unfairly treated for so long." Ending with, "Remember this day forever." My colleague, Manager Cicilline, started with this tweet because this tweet shows exactly how Donald Trump felt about what happened on January 6th. These are the things that happened. He's saying this was foreseeable. He's saying, I told you this was going to happen if you certified the election for anyone else, and you got what you deserved for trying to take my power away. Great patriots, go home with love and in peace. Remember this day forever. He's saying to them, you did good. He's not regretful. He's not grieving. He's not sad. He's not angry about the attack. He's celebrating it. He's commemorating it. This is the entirety of what President Trump said to the public once the attack began. 5 tweets and a pre-recorded video. On the day of the most bloody insurrection we've faced in generations, our commander-in-chief, who's known for sending 108 tweets in a normal day, sent 5 tweets and a pre-recorded video. That is the entirety of President Trump's public statements from when the attack began until he went to bed on January 6th. That's all he did, despite all the people we know who begged him to preserve, protect, and defend. That was our commander-in-chief's response. He began the day with, quote, "Our country has had enough. We will not take it anymore." And that's what this is all about. And he ended the attack letting us know that we got what he forewarned that morning. We will, of course, each of us, remember that day forever, but not in the way that President Trump intended. Not because of the actions of these violent, unpatriotic insurrectionists. I'll remember that day forever, because despite President Trump's vicious attempts throughout the day to encourage the siege and block the certification, he failed. At 8:06 p.m., the Senate gavelled into session, and the counting of the electoral votes continued. About an hour later, the House followed suit. And close to 4 a.m., after spending a significant part of the day evacuated or on the floor or hiding, this great body fulfilled the will of the people and certified the Electoral College vote. And I'm proud to be part of Congress. I'm proud that we ensured that the will of the American people finally prevailed on that day. And I'm proud that I and everyone in this room abided by our oath of office, even if the president didn't abide by his. And President Trump, too, took an oath as president. He swore on a Bible to preserve, protect, and defend. And who among us can honestly say they believe that he upheld that oath? And who among us will let his utter dereliction of duty stand?
Mr. President, the managers are prepared to recess for the evening and to finish our opening statement tomorrow.
President. Mr. President. Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
Pursuant to Impeachment Rule 16, I make a motion. Statements were attributed to me moments ago by the House impeachment managers. Statements relating to the content of conversations between a phone call involving President Trump and Senator Tuberville were not made by me. They're not accurate, and they're contrary to fact. I move, pursuant to Rule 16, that they be stricken from the record.
Pursuant to Senate Resolution 47, Section 4, parties' presentations are not limited to the record provided for in Section 1 of that resolution. Senator,
I appeal the ruling of the chair.
I couldn't hear what he said.
I appeal the ruling of the chair, Mr. President.
Mr. President, Mr. President, right here. We might as well hear clearly what the ruling of the chair was. So if you would repeat that.
Of course, I will. And pursuant to Senate Resolution 47, Section 4, the parties' presentations are not limited.
It's not on. There you go. It's on now.
Pursuant to Senate Resolution 47, Section 4, parties' presentations are not limited to the record provided for in Section 1 of that resolution. The senator from Utah has appealed that ruling. Is that correct?
Yes, I have.
Have you? And the yeas and nays have been requested for sufficient.
And what is the question? Is it, shall the ruling of the chair be sustained? Is that the question?
Yes.
Yes. The question is whether the ruling of the chair with respect to the
No. And what, may I ask, is the ruling of the chair? My point was not about whether it's appropriate for them to make characterizations. My point was to strike them because they were false.
The question is whether the ruling of the chair that Senate Resolution 47 applies to this situation is correct.
The question is whether Senate Resolution 47, Section 4, is correct. The parties' presentations are not limited to the record provided for in Section 1 of that resolution.
Mr. President, that is not my motion. You've ruled on a motion. You've ruled on something that was not what I moved. What I asked was, statements were attributed to me repeatedly, as to which I have personal knowledge because I am the source. They are not true. I never made those statements. I asked that they be stricken. This has nothing to do with whether or not they're based on depositions, which they're not. It's simply based on the fact that I'm the witness. I'm the only witness. Those statements are not true, and I ask that you strike them.
President.
Let him rule.
Mr. President.
No, who's talking? Joe. What is he doing?
The yeas and nays were asked for on an appeal.
Mr. President.
The Senate will vote on the appeal of the ruling of the chair that this
is.
Mr. President. Can we hit the mic button?
Come on.
I'm in trouble with the mic. I'm sorry. The yeas and nays have been asked.
Yeah, the yeas and nays have been asked for.
The yeas and nays have been requested.
Let him explain. Please let him explain, Mr. President. Why is it false? What was not false? What was false about it?
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent to answer the senator's question.
Is not in order under Senate Resolution 47, Section 4. Parties' presentation not limited to the record provided for in Section 1 of that resolution. And that has been appealed. The yeas and nays have been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Can't hear you. Nobody can understand you.
I can't hear you. She's calling the roll.
Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Barrasso.
What do you do?
Mr. Bennett.
Well, point of clarification.
What is the question? Yeah, we're not allowed to here. Yes? All right. I suggest the absence of a quorum while we work this out.
Clerk will call the roll. No objection. Clerk call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
Without objection.
Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Lindsay Davis. Our live coverage continues here on ABC News Live of the impeachment trial of former President Donald J. Trump. House Democrats have been trying to make the case all day, saying that the president is responsible for inciting the deadly riots at the Capitol on January 6th. To that end, they've been showing videos from the day, some never seen before, some rather graphic videos, and painstakingly presenting the timeline and a TikTok, even establishing where the rioters were and just how close they got to then Vice President Mike Pence and members of the House and Senate. Let's bring in Terry Moran because, you know, there's a lot of confusion right now. There's an argument on the floor and a request to strike certain comments. Do you have any clarity for us on that, Terry?
A little bit. It looks like Senator Mike Lee, whose name was mentioned in the presentation of House Manager David Cicilline of Rhode Island. Cicilline was recounting a story that has been reported, and you've heard the recording. Rudy Giuliani, thinking he was calling Senator Tommy Tuberville of Alabama, left a voicemail message in which he said, "The president and I would love you to object to all the states, as many as you can." That was, according to Cicilline, that was mistakenly left on Senator Mike Lee's phone. Mike Lee, senator from Utah, Republican, says, "Hey, I have firsthand knowledge of this. This is not factual. This is not correct. I object. I want that whole section of what Cicilline said stricken from the record." And now they're confused. The Senate rules are pretty clear. If Senator Lee, the senators are supposed to be quiet, right? They are not testifying. If he wants to testify, they have to put him under oath. If he has a question, he has to put it in writing. He has to put it in writing and present it. If he has a point that he thinks helps President Trump, it's up to Trump's lawyers to make it. He's trying to join the case as a witness and as a lawyer and as a senator at the same time. And apparently the parliamentarian and the president pro tempore, Senator Leahy, can't figure out what to do about it. It's throwing sand in the gears, and he gets to testify without being cross-examined. It's a mess.
And Terry, Congressman Castro pointed out that tweet from Trump at 2:24 on the day of the attack, more than an hour and a half into the attack, that Trump was watching and he knew Pence was inside the Capitol at the time. Instead of tweeting to his supporters to stop, he tweeted, "Mike Pence didn't have the courage to do what should have been done to protect our country and Constitution." How damning is that tweet, given the timeline and the idea of further inciting of the mob?
Well, Lindsay, this is part of this very methodical presentation that we've seen. They have now reached what President Trump was doing during the attack and what the evidence for that is. And the evidence is that he was still attacking Vice President Pence instead of, as the Democrats are arguing, doing his duty under his oath to the Constitution to preserve and protect the Union when the Capitol itself was under attack at the moment they're counting the electoral votes. He's stirring up the mob even more to go after Mike Pence. And those senators have just seen video of Pence being rushed out of the Capitol building just a few feet away from a mob that was chanting, "Hang Mike Pence." It was very dramatic. It goes to two things. One, that dereliction of duty, which they're arguing. Two, Trump's intent, his state of mind. If he really wasn't encouraging this mob, why didn't he tell them directly, stop and leave? And why was he still stirring them up about Mike Pence? So they believe that it is evidence that goes to his guilt as well as his dereliction of duty in simply not coming to the aid of the Capitol.
Terry, I believe that Leahy is calling back to order now. We're going to listen back in for a moment here.
Without objection.
Okay, and I withdraw the quorum call and call on the manager, Mr. Raskin, for a brief statement.
The impeachment manager, Mr. Cicilline, correctly and accurately quoted a newspaper account which the distinguished senator has taken objection to. So we're happy to withdraw it.
It's not true, and it's not
on the grounds that it is not true, and we are going to
repeated it too.
Okay, we're going to withdraw it this evening, and without any prejudice to the ability to resubmit it, if possible, and then we can debate it if we need it. But it's not. This is much ado about nothing because it's not critical in any way to our case.
You're not the one being cited as a witness, sir.
All right. So the manager's issue stands. Mr. Lee has withdrawn his request, and we may relitigate it tomorrow if we have to. I now ask unanimous consent the trial adjourn until 12 noon tomorrow, Thursday, February 11th, and this also constitute the adjournment of the Senate.
The objection without objection, so ordered. Senate stands adjourned.
Terry Moran, want to bring you back in there. You heard just then from Raskin saying that this is much ado about nothing and that the request is withdrawn. What do you make of this response?
Well, it's clear they want to put it off to tomorrow. They want to see what Lee's objection is. But let me just read to you what the rules of the Senate are for an impeachment. Rule 19. If a senator wishes a question to be put to a witness or to a manager or to a counsel of a person impeached or to offer a motion or an order, it shall be reduced to writing and put by the presiding officer. No, it shall not be in order for any senator to engage in colloquy. It's exactly what Senator Mike Lee just did right there. If he wants to be a witness, he's got to be sworn. If he wants to make a motion, he's got to put it in writing. It's supposed to be, the senators are not supposed to be mixing it up. They're supposed to be listening and absorbing. Mike Lee is a constitutional scholar. He was Solicitor General of the state of Utah. He knows it. He's just mucking things up.
Kate Shaw, bringing that same point to you, would you say that Senator Lee was out of line here and, in fact, that perhaps this should have been handled in a different way, given that?
You know, I think it's probably right that it needs to be reduced to writing, and I expect we will revisit this issue tomorrow. I think he just probably acted kind of at the spur of the moment because he all of a sudden was a central player in one piece of the narrative that the managers turned to late in the day, which was what was the president doing during the period of the siege? And one of the sort of pieces of evidence that the managers presented was that he was making phone calls, as was his private lawyer, Rudy Giuliani, to continue to seek a delay in the final counting of the votes, including this kind of misfire. He called Mike Lee intending to call Senator Tuberville. At least that's what the newspaper reporting suggested. Of course, Lee says at least some of the substance of the reporting was incorrect. Anyway, so I think we'll probably revisit it tomorrow. I think it was right. Raskin, I think, handled that very well. It looked as though Leahy was potentially going to rule on the objection, and Raskin said, wait, we'll just withdraw what we have said that Lee objects to, and potentially we can revisit it tomorrow after everyone has had a chance to understand the nature of the objection. But I think it does go to something sort of deeper about these proceedings, which is that the managers are really relying on press reports, because at least so far we haven't heard from any witnesses, and it's not clear if we're going to hear from any at all. And so there may be disputes about the accuracy of some of the reporting, but that is sort of the nature of this kind of expedited and so far witness-free process that they have kind of embarked upon.
Let's take a step back and kind of digest the arguments that you heard today. When we're talking about the videos and the timelines, are they enough? What would you say if you're really trying to sway these 17 Republican senators? What are the arguments that the House Democrats need to be making that would be most effective in your mind? And also what you thought of the arguments that they did make today.
You know, I think they're hitting all the right notes. They began with this very dramatic narrative from inside the Capitol, as you said, including some footage that no one has seen before because it's security footage from inside the building. And I think, it sounds like from a number of senators, they learned a lot today about what actually went on, because all of them, of course, had, just a very discrete kind of snapshot of what was actually happening overall. And I think that these managers did a very effective job in sort of giving everyone this kind of bird's eye view of what was happening at different points in the day and at different parts of the Capitol. And then, as I said, late in the day to kind of turn directly to President Trump and his activities, of course, during the speech that we've all now heard a lot about, focusing on the number of times he used the term fight. I think it's something like 20 in the course of that speech, but also the way he continued to tweet over the course of the day, continuing to make these baseless voter fraud claims that were kind of at the heart of this effort, and then the siege of the Capitol altogether. And so I think it was all very effective, and I do think that you heard from a number of the senators in the room just kind of a retreat to this jurisdictional objection. Yes, that was compelling. Yes, that was a horrifying day, but I'm not sure we have the power, to do anything about it because the president has left office. And I think it would be useful to hear from them kind of, squarely, what if he were still in office? What would your vote be then? Because I'm not sure anyone's really been pressed on that. But I mean, the case I think that the managers are making on the facts is incredibly powerful. And in some ways they're making the case simultaneously to the senators, to the 17 Republicans they would need to get for a conviction, but also, of course, to the American public, to sort of speak to the potential political future of Donald Trump, and maybe about the kind of nature of, what kind of conduct is permissible on the part of public officials.
Just one more to you for a moment here, Kate. As far as the idea of, some have expressed concern that this is essentially a rigged jury going in. And I think that what we saw there with Senator Mike Lee, where you're wearing double hats, right, as both witness and juror, are you concerned that there is an ability for normally partisan politicians to be able to be impartial here?
They swear a different oath. The Constitution actually requires it. So they take one oath when they begin their congressional term, as they did in early January, but they take a separate oath when they convene as a court of impeachment, and they're supposed to take an oath to do impartial justice. And I mean, I think that it's always difficult for senators who are, political creatures to put aside partisan considerations. And so I think that there's always some tension in this role of sitting as, an impeachment jury. And here I think you have the additional complication of all of these senators having been, to one degree or another, witnesses to and victims of these events. So I do think that this further complicates things. Of course, you can't have them all recused and substitute in a different jury in the same way you would potentially if it were a court you were talking about and there were questions of recusal. But I think the fact that they were personally impacted, in some ways it could suggest that the president isn't going to get a fair trial. But certainly you saw from Mike Lee that that members of President Trump's own party certainly seem to be, at least so far, remaining sympathetic to or loyal to him. So it certainly doesn't seem as though the fact that they were part of these events necessarily means, or at all right now seems to suggest that the president isn't going to get a fair hearing.
Kate Shaw, thanks so much. I'd like to bring in Mary Alice Parks, who is live inside the Capitol right now. Certainly some compelling arguments there today. What has struck you the most, Mary Alice?
Yeah, so much of today, Lindsay, was about what President Trump did before January 6th. And we're hearing from senators that it was exactly that timeline leading up to the day that they found compelling. That's open source material, public material, those tweets that we all remember reading in the weeks after the election. But the way that the senators were able to lay out that timeline, sort of like when you know what the end of a movie is, but now going back and watching the beginning of the movie makes you more nervous. These senators remembered the end of the movie. They remembered living through that day, and rereading those tweets in the weeks leading up to January 6th, I think really hit home for them.
Any chance, based on what you're hearing and seeing, that you think that some minds are being changed?
I think think it's early to tell. I think it's significant that we have senators that are even talking openly about their consideration of it. I mean, a year ago, we only had one Republican senator vote with Democrats to convict. I think that it's still very unlikely, like we've been saying all week, but we don't know what's going to get to some of these Republican senators. We don't know if those very personal stories might start to sink in. And I'm especially intrigued by the law enforcement angle. You know, Democrats knew what they were doing there. This is a Republican Party that is often prides itself on being the party of law enforcement, and they told so much of the story of January 6th from the perspective of law enforcement. I think that they're hoping that Republicans are sympathetic to that. I mean, that all Americans are sympathetic to that, and that might really land with some Republicans.
Mary Alice Parks, thanks so much. Let's now bring in Kira Phillips, who is also in Washington. Kira, we heard just a little while ago from Congressman Joaquin Castro, while others have tried to make the case stating what Trump did leading up to the riot. But for his part, Castro really highlighted the inaction of the president, saying that he didn't try to stop the attack, that he didn't send in the National Guard. Do you feel that that was an effective argument?
Oh, it definitely was an effective argument. That was probably one of the arguments that really stood out to me. You know, I started thinking about yesterday and today, Lindsay, and, you know, they say that money can't buy happiness, right? Well, apparently money can't buy the best defense either, because Trump knew his lawyers bombed yesterday. And then I'm watching today and seeing everything that was brought forward as evidence and thinking, you know, how are his attorneys going to defend him tomorrow? I talked to former advisors of President Trump who are still talking to him on a regular basis. They said that he was glued to the tube and furious with what he was witnessing on television yesterday. On top of that, he can't even tweet. So I'd really like to know, up to just a few moments ago, what was going through his mind throughout the day today. I know he was paying attention all throughout the day as well. We even heard from Jason Miller on some of the television programs today saying that the president is keeping his cool and in a good mood. I highly doubt that. But, you know, this is what happens when your legal A team, Lindsay, quits on you and you get the B team. You know, it didn't help either with his lawyers. When you watched yesterday, and I can't wait to see what's going to happen tomorrow, you know, Bruce Castor and David Schoen took Congress and all of us that were watching on a really much of a wild goose chase yesterday. And I was following social media, and Trump's lawyers were just taking hits left and right, being accused of scattered, confusing, doing a terrible job, that they didn't make any solid constitutional arguments. And as you just kind of mentioned there with Mary Alice, we were talking about how even a Republican, we heard Senator Bill Cassidy come forward, he broke with rank. And the GOP saying that House managers made a compelling case and Trump's team simply did not. So will this change the heart of others? Will this happen again? Will it open minds? Maybe. But getting to that magic number of 17 that would lead to a conviction, Lindsay, highly unlikely. And it'll be interesting to watch tomorrow and see what happens.
And typically in a court scenario, you're able to listen to the opening statements to get a kind of an idea of where they're going to go ultimately. Have you been able to read any kind of tea leaves from the inside the Trump world as far as Schoen and Castor are concerned ultimately about what their strategy will be tomorrow?
Well, you know, if it's any indication of what we saw yesterday, they really didn't have a strategy. And I was told they were up into late hours of the night. I doubt they even got any sleep when they were trying to prepare some type of strategy. It's also difficult, Lindsay, to defend someone like Trump when this entire process, this entire trial started out with a gut-wrenching 13-minute video of a violent mob. I mean, that video and all the other videos that we have seen today has really dominated this trial so far, and that's played right into what House managers laid out today and the argument that Trump influenced and incited. We kept hearing that all day. Influenced and incited the Capitol Hill siege, and that he failed America and should never run for office again. Now Trump lawyers have to prove a number of things tomorrow, so it should be an interesting day.
Perhaps they'll get an extra day to prepare because, of course, the Democrats are still going to be delivering their arguments more tomorrow. So we'll see when Schoen and Castor will be back up there. Okay, always good to talk to you, Kira. Let's bring